Somewhere far away, I want you back. I want.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How we all doing today? What's going on? And welcome back. And guess what, team? We get to do it. Happy Hump Day! It is Hump Day, June 29th, 2022. Team, we have officially 2 days to go until the end of the month. We have today, we have tomorrow, and that ends June. Be completely honest with you, I'm ready for June to be done and over with. I want to start July because we have a lot of big things coming on up, a lot of big plans, a lot of big goals to hit. So I am super excited to just start July and make everything we've been talking about happen. But good morning, traders. Good morning, team. Everybody inside the chat, how are we doing today? How are we feeling? Are we all fired up, ready to rock and roll on this beautiful hump day? Because team, I am, and I am excited to work with each and every one of you. I hope you are having a wonderful Wednesday morning, and I hope you guys are ready to rock and roll. And then everybody on YouTube, good morning. How we all doing? Welcome back. And today is Free Stream Wednesday. So enjoy the stream today. We will have tons of fun. We will find these opportunities. Our goal is to lock in some profits. We'll have some fun dropping those value bombs, education, Q&A sessions, you name it. So take advantage of today, because it's not every day we go live all day. And it's not every day I completely open up my time for you to help you guys out, to help you learn, to figure this thing called stock trading out. All right, so take advantage of it today for our Free Stream Wednesday. But again, good morning, and then good morning to our Alpha Day Trading family, our members inside of chats. If you haven't done so yet, hit me with a big old good morning. Get me fired up like I'm here to get you fired up. So let's make it happen, team, and then we're going to go ahead and dive into it and talk about what we have going on for today and what I'm looking to do, because we're looking to lock in some profits, obviously, guys, right? It all comes down to the best trades, taking the best trades, the trades that give you those bragging rights. Then we know that money will flow into those accounts. The money will follow those great trades. So I'm ready to make it happen today and just get a couple of days of momentum under my belt to start July. June has been 1 month for me. I tell you what, a good month worth the sacrifice. I told you guys at the beginning, I'm sacrificing my June to get ready for the end of the year. I have some big goals and some big things I want to accomplish. It was well worth the sacrifice. I'm feeling better every single day, more confident to scale up, take bigger size every single day, understanding this market, adapting to it, knowing what I should be doing, what I should not be doing to hit this goal over the next 6 months. I am so excited and so fired up, but I am ready for June to be over. I really am. And I'm ready for the market to heat back up just a little bit, guys. All right. So good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go ahead and dive into it, talk about what we have going on for today. All right, let's start with our penny stocks. All right, and then we'll dive into some larger cap stocks I think have good opportunity. We'll look at the SPY and the Qs and see where we are going for today. As you guys can see, I have 0 trades on the day at this point in time. Nothing I've seen in pre-market. Volume is here, but it seems to be scattered at this point in time. There's not really that one stock that is just ripping and running. Volume seems scattered. Not the best looking opportunities when it comes to small cap penny stocks. I'm not really seeing anything that I'm falling in love with at this point in time. And don't get me wrong, I don't fall in love with things, but there's nothing that really captivates me. Nothing that really just pulls me in. Says trade me right now, or this is the number one stock. At this point in time, my game plan and my approach is going to be sit back at the start of the day. 9:30, sit back, look at our scanners, look to see where traders go. What stock is hitting that high of the day momentum scanner? What stocks are getting halted, hitting that breakout scanner? Because again, right now, there's not that one stock that I absolutely love and that I want to be looking at right at the start of the day. So we shall see what we have in store, guys. So number one stock that we will be watching today is going to be NX NXTP, guys. All right, so what's going on with NXTP? Next Play Technologies agrees to a strategic sale of Reinhardt Digital TV and Next Trip to TGS Esports for $12.2 million. So, keywords to look for here. Strategic sale for $12.2 million. A large sum of money here on NXTB. Decent little press release. Okay, it's a decent little press release. It's currently up 36% here in pre-market, trading almost 3 million shares. On average, we trade 1.5. So we have higher volume today. We do have 2x relative volume. It's kind of a larger float stock. You know, it's 73 million in float here with NXTP, but it's definitely something that can move because it's only a 50-cent stock. And that's the one thing that I'm not crazy about, is it's a 50-cent stock. I want to see these $5, $6, $7, $10, $20 stocks ripping and running. I like those. I'm not really a huge fan of 50, 60, 70-cent stocks, but for those of you working those smaller accounts, these are perfect. These floats are fantastic. The price point is great. Press release was fantastic and good as well. This is definitely the type of stock I'm sure you guys are looking for. So what do we have with NXTP for today? Well, if we can hold above 50 cents, there is potential up to 87 cents today. So we are holding above that spiking high from the 27th. So again, the 27th is here on Monday. Monday's spiking high was right at 49 cents. It's also 50-cent psychological resistance, psychological support as well. So we did break above that level here in pre-market up to 66 cents. We are pulling back right now to that 50-cent level. We really want to see that hold on up as support, 50 cents. Okay, then if we can bounce here off this 50-cent level, we could see it back up at 66 cents next. The main target today is going to be your 200 SMA, right? That's going to be 87 cents on NXTP. The main level that you'll probably see traders try and push this up to would be that 200 SMA. So if we do hold above 50, we bounce, you want to lock in some profits around high a day. That's 66 cents. If we break 66 cents, I would say 75 cents would be a great level to secure more profits on NXTP. We can break above 75 cents, your final target would be up towards around that 200 SMA, right around 87 cents. Right now, I can't really see there being a reason to pull the trigger. If you're just going to buy this because it's at 50 cents, build a plan. Make sure you understand you are really anticipating this stock. All right. What did I do yesterday on TOUR? I really anticipated that trade. I didn't wait for validation confirmation. I was anticipating the crap out of it. I took a loss. So you see the outcome. What happens when you anticipate? If I would have never anticipated, it would have never given me a buy signal. I would have never been in that stock in the first place. So make sure you're always aware of that. When you're anticipating trades, sometimes you take unnecessary losses, unnecessary risks. So it's very important that you're prepared and you understand what that risk is, and you put yourself in the best possible position. Right now, ideally, we want to see this holding above 50-cent support before we even consider a trade up to 66 cents, 75, and then 87 cents here on NXTP. Again, I don't really have a top 1, 2, 3 stock. At this point in time, a lot of these stocks are more or less just kind of back burners. I don't really have that one stock I want to focus on. Right now, it seems a little scattered, a little messy. So before we continue to dive into our morning stock watch list, I want you guys to know that there's not one stock that I'm giving like, hey, this is the number one stock for today. All right, so NXTP, it has potential. We'll keep it on watch. All right, what do we have going on with TRVI? It's another stock that has a really good press release, guys. So TRVI demonstrated statistically significant results on primary endpoints. They also met their key secondary endpoints. Why is this so important, guys? Well, it's just a press release at the end of the day, but there are keywords to look for in these press releases, right? So phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, meeting primary endpoints, etc. So what do we see here? Meeting primary endpoints is a 4-star keyword. Phase 3 trials is a 3-star keyword. Phase 2 trial is a 2-star keyword. So again, the more stars, the better press release. The more stars, the more likely that stock is to rip and run. So what do we have with TRVI? Well, TRVI is announcing positive secondary endpoints and that they had significant results on their primary endpoints and meeting their secondary endpoints. So meeting primary and secondary endpoints here with TRVI. So that's the press release here, which is fantastic in regards to their skin disease treatment with TRVI. So that is a killer press release, guys. That is an amazing press release with TRVI. Typically, we see these stocks take on off, rip and run. No wonder the stock went from 202 to 295 in the matter of 20 minutes. It was a fantastic press release on TRVI. Fantastic volume. The stock's trading 9 million shares just in pre-market off that press release alone. On average, the stock trades 700,000 shares. So we have high relative volume. It's a nice low float stock as well. It's actually one of the lowest float stocks on the leaderboard with that kind of press release. So right now, TRVI is looking pretty good. It's definitely a good candidate. It's definitely a stock to keep on watch. Great volume, nice low float. Fantastic press release. Definitely want to be keeping the stock on high watch today. But right now, there's not any real opportunity. Right now, it doesn't look good at all. It fell back below our 267 level of support. We did not want to see this falling below our 267 level of support. I want to see it get back above 267, team. Until then, I'll probably look for a short maybe on this stock back down to 178, because when I look at the daily chart, that's where I see this thing having potential down to is 178, maybe 180. So right now, I would have to see TRVI getting back above 267 first, and if we can do that, that's a sign of strength, and then I see potential to 295 and then $3. Anything over $3 today, I see potential to 321, and I see potential up to 350. So there is a lot of good potential today with TRVI, but that it's below 267, I'm not crazy about it. That's why it's not the top stock to watch for me, because it is below a key level of support. But here's the thing. I really like that press release. That is a fantastic press release. The volume is phenomenal. Nice low float stock. It's definitely a lot better than some of these other stocks we have. But until it's above 267, I'm not going to be looking to get involved with TRVI. So 267 is key. We can get back above 267. We could see a push off that level up to 295 and $3. Anything over that level of resistance, we have potential to 321, and then final target today would be up towards around $3.50 on TRVI. CANF is another stock that I think we should keep on watching. Here's why. They announced positive top line results. Positive top line results from their phase 3 study. What do we know about press releases, right? Well, we need to find key words. So positive top line results is a great keyword in regards to their phase 3 trial. Boom. Phase 3 trial. Positive top line results. 3-star keyword. These stocks historically move. They rip and run. They are good opportunities. But again, right now, we're just not seeing that action. Volume scattered. Attention and focus is scattered right now. That's the only reason why we don't have one stock that just looks fantastic. But let's sit back at the start of the day and see what one stock just looks absolutely fantastic. All right, so CANF, great press release. CANF, 27 million in float. All right, so we know the stock can move. CANF is trading 8.6 million shares, and on average, the stock trades 133. So again, it's another stock meeting all the criteria to be a watch list worthy stock. It has a good, nice, low float, trading good, high relative volume with a phenomenal press release. The only thing it's missing is some focus from traders, is some movement. The stock needs to move. There needs to be opportunity here, but it has potential. So it's on the watch list for today. We have support back down at $1 here on CANF. Top resistance, 121 here on CANF. at this point in time. And 121 is your 200-day moving average. So that's going to be tough. $1 support, that's strong. 120 resistance, that's tough. So you got about a 20-cent window of potential opportunity right out of the gate. If this comes down to $1 and we see some buying volume move in and we see it bounce, I may consider a quick trade for a quick pop up towards around that 121 level. If it ever breaks above 121, which is your 200-day moving average, you have room to 130, and then we could see this up towards around 150 today. But I would think 120 would really hold this stock down. So I'd like to see it open on up. Maybe it pulls back to $1. Maybe there's a reason to get involved for a quick little maybe washout long, quick little scalp opportunity off $1 support. Back up to the 120s. It's definitely something that we could see play on out. So maybe we decide to watch CANF as our number one out of the gate. But right now, let's move on and see what we have. CANF, $1 support with 121 top resistance. It's meeting that criteria. Fantastic press release once again. Nice low float stock, great volume. We just need to see it set up and actually see this thing move a little bit more. But there is a lot of potential. AGRX was a mover yesterday. And Monday as well. So Monday it had a nice big rip and run in pre-markets and then did absolutely nothing. It just dumped on down here on Monday. Yesterday, it ripped on up into the 280s. I don't know what's going to happen today with AGRX. I see room down the 164. But what I would say is if NXTP does nothing, if TRVI doesn't do anything, and CANF doesn't do anything, 3 stocks with killer press releases. 3 stocks with killer press releases that have tons of potential. If those 3 stocks don't do anything, I think traders would come back to AGRX. That's where I think traders would go. Again, this stock had a good press release on Monday. It dumped and faded all day Monday. Surprisingly, getting some action Tuesday pre-market, being one of our top gainers yesterday. And right now, we are getting close to a very strong level of support. 164, resistance, 164, resistance, 164, double bottom support. If we see AGRX coming down to that 164 support level, I'm interested. I think there's a great opportunity here. I think there's great potential with AGRX. So 164 is support at this point in time. If we can, right, if we can stay above 2 and hold above 2, that's a good sign of strength because we have $2 resistance, $2 support, $2 resistance. So not only do we see here on the chart that here over the past couple of days, $2 was very strong resistance, very strong resistance, very strong support. It's also psychological support resistance as well. So if we can see traders holding this above, $2, we could see it move on up here out of the gate, up to 250 and then 280. However, if we start cracking below $2, that's when we have room down the 164. And that's okay, because even at 164, there's still potential. This stock would still, be on watch, still have potential to be, in play for today. So with that being said, AGRX, prior day mover, one of yesterday's top gainers. Again, this stock went from around 164 to 282. Really nice opportunity with AGRX yesterday, guys. We'd really like to see the stock holding above $2 out of the gate. If so, there may be some great opportunity here right out of the gate up into the 280s. But if we do not stay above 2 and we start pulling back even more, I'm going to be looking at this down towards around 164 and just looking to see what takes place down around that 164 level and just see if there's any opportunity, guys. Okay, so that's what we have for small caps. That's what we have for penny stocks at this point in time. Not a lot, team. Really not a lot. We will be watching NXTP. It's meeting all of that criteria to be a good watch list worthy stock. It shows tons of potential. TRVI shows tons of potential as well. CANF shows great potential. And then a prior day mover that has potential today would be AGRX. Okay, so those are going to be the 4 penny stocks that I'm watching right out of the gates. But realistically, I'm not really expecting too much to happen. What I'm expecting to do is at 9:30, sit here until about 9:45, 9:50, look to see where the volume's going, look to see where traders are at, then identify the best of the best opportunity, and then make it happen at that point in time. I don't really expect to see too much happen right out of the gate the first 10 to 15 minutes. So again, I plan on really sitting back that first 10 to 15 minutes and looking to see where traders decide to go. Are they all landing on AGRX? We will find out. Are they all landing on NXTP? Only time will tell. We will find out. But again, sit back, be smart, be patient, and wait for the best trade to come to you. Build your plan, make it happen. Let's have an awesome day, team. What do we have going on with the SPY and the Qs? Just a really nasty day yesterday. Very nasty day yesterday. 393.16 on the SPY, all the way down to 380. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know what that is? That's a 13-point move. We dropped 13 points yesterday. That is a massive move, and we see increased volume as well. You have Powell talking at 9 o'clock. You got some GDP data out. Dow's down 6.2% in June. You still have a lot of stocks struggling right now. Everybody thinks we're in a recession. I mean, I said that a few weeks ago. I was like, I definitely think I would say that we're in a recession. I feel it right now. You see Kathy Wood and everybody else coming out saying, yeah, I definitely think we're in a recession. So everybody's coming out saying, yeah, I definitely think we're at the very start of a recession. I feel it. We feel it. We can definitely see it. But there's still a lot of optimism with the market and how it's going to rebound, in that it's not going to be a very deep, severe recession like 2008 was or anything like that. So at this point in time, the market's still just trying to really get an understanding of, what's going to happen next. There's still so many things going on right now at this point in time. So we just got to take it one day at a time and play the technicals that we have, like we did yesterday, guys. What was my trade yesterday? It was on the Qs. Remember my trade on the Qs? It was the Kraken retest trade, and I took SQQQ. Did I get stopped out of this trade? Yes, I did. Remember my cost basis was 52.91. I was in right here at 52.91. Thing ripped, came down. It stopped me out by 10 cents. By 10 cents. But in my opinion, I needed to keep my stop nice and tight yesterday. Nice and tight, because I know how erratic and how choppy the market could be. I got stopped out by about 10 cents before seeing it rip all the way to $57 yesterday. Absolutely insane. So that's what I'm basically getting at, is you don't need to know where the market's going to be at by Friday. You don't need to know where the market's going to be at in the next 30 days. Okay? Right now, we're talking about day trading these opportunities that we have. And we don't need to know where the market's going to be by Friday, end of the day, next week, next month. All we need to do is come in and get prepared. What's going on today that can move the market? Is there any economic events? Is Powell speaking? Is there any key data? Is there anything going to be said today or released today that could really move the market? Number one, that's what we do. Number two, look at the technicals, right? Where could we see the SPY go? Where could we see the Qs go based on the TA? So then once we have a very good understanding, we are that much more prepared to take advantage of these opportunities. Regardless of what happens tomorrow, we're staying focused in the moment for today. What's our opportunity for today in this market on Wednesday at 9:15 in the morning? Okay. So with that being said, we do have Powell speaking, right? Powell at 9 o'clock. Jerome Powell, ECB President Christine Lagarde, Bank of England President Andrew Bailey, and BIS head Augustine Christian, whatever, speaks at ECB conference at 9 a.m. Cleveland Fed President speaks at ECB conference at 11:30. St. Louis Fed President James Bullard gives opening remarks at 1:05. So nothing too crazy, but we had GDP income revision, final domestic demand revision, and gross domestic product GDP revision here this morning. Okay, so right now, nothing too crazy. It's not like we had an FOMC meeting, CPI, PPI, still things we need to stay in tune with and be aware of, but nothing right now that we could say that's really probably going to move the market to where we should be out of the market around that time. Okay, so what do we have with the SPY at this point in time, guys? Go ahead and get to the SPY. Obviously, massive red day yesterday. And we are, at this point in time, sitting right around yesterday's close. So yesterday's close was 380.65, right? We've just kind of been chopping around that 380.65 the entire pre-market, right? Drop below it, back above it. Drop below it, back above it. Came back down, retested it. Now you're pushing on up. Right now, there's no real sense of direction with the SPY. Okay, I wish I could say, yes, it's a green day. Yes, it's a red day. I feel with 80% confidence that we're going to be green today or red today. I cannot get an edge on the SPY and the Qs right now. And I can't some days. It's not every day I come in and I'm like, yep, this is where we're going with 80% confidence. Yesterday, I was like, guys, if we crack below that level, I'm going to hold this all the way down into the low 380s on the low 280s on the Qs because I see great potential. If we're cracking below that 290 level, I see potential for the Qs to fade into the 280s. I had an edge. I felt like I could read the market and get a great idea of where it was going based on the technicals, based on everything like that. Today, I can't at this point in time seem to really get an edge on the market. So let's just pay attention to that 380.63 mark. Okay, that's going to be yesterday's close. Let's see if that's a level that's being respected in a decision-making level. Okay, so 380.65 is yesterday's close here on the SPY. Now, just look at some of yesterday's levels, right? So just go through here, and if you want, you can mark up some of yesterday's levels as support and resistance for today. Okay, so that's support and resistance for today. So you could see like 382.33, and then up towards around 383.55, and then up towards around 385 even, and then up towards around some of these lows, right? So just look left. Look at yesterday's lows. Look at yesterday's highs. Some of yesterday's lows, some of yesterday's highs. If we do have a small green day, let's say we're grinding on up today, we're trying to move higher, just look at some of these levels based on yesterday's highs and lows as your levels for today when it comes to support and resistance, okay? But I would still be patient out of the gate, and I would personally sit back probably 15 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes, and really see where the SPY is going. Usually you can kind of get a great idea the first 5, 10, 15 minutes on where the SPY is going, usually for the rest of the day. Not all the time, right? Not all the time, but you really get a good idea, at least where the markets could be heading up until like 11, 11:30, by just sitting back and waiting for the first 10 to 15 minutes. So, with that being said, pay attention to yesterday's close at 380.65, and let's just see what takes place out of the gate around that level. If we do break above our pre-market highs, I would say that you can have the SPY up towards around, there's not a lot of potential, 382.68, and then 383.43. So maybe there's about a point, right? If we were breaking above pre-market highs, maybe we can get about a point out of it to 383.43, and then up towards around that 385. I think that's realistic. If we can't push above and hold above that 380.65, and if we can't break above pre-market highs and we actually start coming back down and we start cracking yesterday's close, I would say you have room down to the pre-market lows, which is 379.50, and then you have room down to that 378. So those would be the levels that I would give you. All right, so I would say a key area to keep on watch is going to be this blue line right here. That blue line at 380.65 is yesterday's close. We hold that level on up and break pre-market highs. We have about a point to the upside into the 383.40s, and then up towards around 385. If we come back down to that blue line and we crack, coming back down to those pre-market lows, 379.51 and then 378, those are going to be your levels to start the day. The Qs, right? The Qs, we want to be paying attention to yesterday's close as well. So that's going to be 283.54. This blue line. Pay attention to yesterday's close and see what happens. Again, it's kind of like the SPY, kind of chopping around it. You lost it. You're above it. You're below it. You're above it. We're just not really getting a sense of direction. I cannot really read where the cues are going. So just keep it simple at the end of the day, guys. Just wait to see where the markets are going over the first 5, 10, 15 minutes. If we do start falling, we have room back down towards these pre-market lows. Right now, resistance is pre-market highs. And then just look at some of yesterday's lows before we bounced. Lows before we bounced. Look at some of these highs before we dropped. Bounced on up, put in a high, we dropped. Just look at some of yesterday's levels, and that's where you're going to have your targets for today. So right now, same thing with the Qs as we're doing with the SPY. Sitting back 5, 10, 15 minutes, really paying attention to that blue line. That blue line is yesterday's close, and looking to see where the markets are heading to next for today. Why did all of my stocks just come off my watch list? That is very odd. So we were looking at Costco, C-O-S-T. We were looking at NEO. And we were looking at PFE as well, Pfizer. So depending on what the market does, and again, I really want to clarify this, guys. Depending on what the market does today will depend and really determine what I do with, say, Costco, right? Depends on what the SPY and the Qs do. I'm thinking shorts on Costco. So that means the markets would have to have a red day. If the markets are squeezing, if the markets are moving on up, well, then Costco short would not work for today. But if the markets are dropping and we have another red day, I think we could see a really nice short here on Costco. All right, so we got rejected off of our 61.8 fib extension level. We just came back up to that prior high from the gap fill, got rejected as well. We had a pretty nice red day coming back down below that 20 EMA, right? So a little bit of that double top off that 61.8 extension from the gap fill. We are looking to come back down below our 20 EMA as well and potentially crack this trend line. So to keep it simple, right? To keep it simple, what am I looking for? Costco. If we start cracking below pre-market lows, that's also cracking below that 20 EMA. I see potential down into the 460s, which is right around this trend line. I would then expect to see the trend line possibly crack, pulling this down into the 450s and then down into the 440s. So the first thing that we need to see Costco do is crack below pre-market lows. If we can crack below pre-market lows, the SPY and the Qs are dropping as well. I see potential the 460. Then if we crack that trend line, I see potential down into the 450s here on Costco. So yes, I am looking at Costco shorts below those pre-market lows down to 460 and then 450. And again, it really depends on what the SPY and the Qs are doing for today, because if those are ripping and running, guess what? Costco is probably going to have a green day as well. This applies to really everything, guys. This really does apply to everything. NEO, I'm looking for a short below 2035, down to $20 because it's a psychological level of support. So there's about 35 cents. I know it's not a lot, but it's something, okay? So below that 2035, I would look for a short down the 20. I would be expecting to see NIO crack 20 and fade down towards around 1923. So that would be one of my bigger targets, a main target, 1923. If NEO ever cracks below 1923, I see potential down towards around this 1847. So again, cracking pre-market low, looking to enter a short position, adding to it for the crack of 20. I do think NEO could fade and fall down towards around 1923 today. And then last, Pfizer, PFE, Pfizer. If we crack below $50 today, right? If we lose $50, I am looking to short this down to 48.75. All right, we got about 3 minutes to go. I'll explain this here a little bit more in detail. Why would I look to be shorting this below 50? Well, number one, we are putting in lower highs. Number two, we just hit this multi-month downtrend. We were shorting it here. You guys remember? We short Pfizer here. We came down, came up, we shorted it here. We saw the double top, we took another short. We've been trading Pfizer for the past 6 months, long and short, and it's actually been very rewarding. I see another short. I see the rejection off the downtrend number 1. Okay, so that's the first thing that I see right here is the rejection off this, excuse me, a rejection off this multi-month downtrend. That's number 1. Number 2, if we crack below $50, what's that doing? Well, number 1, it's cracking below $50. That's a psychological level of support. That's a very strong level of support, is $50. Number 2, what else is right at $50? All 3 indicators. All 3 of your main moving averages are right at $50, give or take. They're at like 50.30. Your 200 SMAs at 50.66. Your 50 SMAs at 50.52. Your 20 EMA is at 50.38. So you have 3 of your moving averages stacked right next to one another, which also happens to be right at $50. After you just got rejected here on Pfizer, right at that downtrend. So if Pfizer cracks below all of those indicators, and if Pfizer starts cracking below 50, I'm absolutely looking to short this down towards around 48.75. So Pfizer below 50, short to 48.75. NEO below 20.35, short to 20, and then short down towards around 19.23. Costco, short below these pre-market lows, down to 460 and then 450. And again, it really depends on what the SPY is doing today, and it really depends on what the Qs are doing today as well. That's really going to determine what I do here on Costco, what I do here on NEO, and what I do here on Pfizer. But to start our day, we're looking at NXTP in penny stock land. TRVI, we're watching that. CANF, we're watching it as well. We do have AGRX on watch. And realistically, guys, I highly recommend and suggest you sit back on your hands out of the gate, look at these scanners, and look to see where traders are going. Okay, right now, there's no real clear sense of what stock is going to get the hype. What's the one stock that is going to absolutely rip today with all the opportunity? Right now, volume scattered. Right now, there's nothing that really stands out in penny stock land. So to start the day, this is what I'm doing. I'm looking at NEO, NIO, because I do like the potential that NEO has for a great short. So right now, NIO below that 2035, looking to start a short position down the 20, and then down towards around that 1923 level. So to start my day, I'm going to be watching NEO, NIO, right out of the gate, and we officially have 15 seconds to go. So let's get fired up, team. Let's make it happen. Let's have an awesome day, and let's lock in some profits. And again, if you are just now tuning in, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are all set. The market is open. Let's make it happen, traders. Again, I'm just watching NIO here. I'm just looking at NIO here, right off this 2075 level. It's trying to break above, but it's having a hard time breaking above that 2075. Looking to see if the markets are going to flush down and see if NEO is going to flush as well. User dropping here. Let's see if NEO is going to start dropping here a little bit. Watching the level 2. NIO, looking to see if we do get that drop as the Qs are dropping here just a little bit as well. I know it's a little early for me, but I'm keeping it nice and tight. Just a little bit of a starter here to get the day going. Got to crack on down and not break that 2075. Feel like I got a decent little entry here. Something. As you can see, I am closing out a little bit of that position just because we are pushing above that 2086 level. Why is this not working? That is weird. I'm gonna have to call my broker today, guys. Being very weird. Are we out? Oh no, what happened? My goodness. This hot button thing's not working. Okay. I have hot buttons with my broker. I've been testing out these hot buttons, and here lately it's weird that it works in the beginning because I have a closeout 75% of my position, a closeout half, a closeout all, and a closeout 25. So if I want to scale out in fourths, I hit closeout 25 4 times. If I want to close out 75% of my position, I close out 75. It's just really, really weird that it works in the beginning, and then at the very end, I can't close out and I have to manually do it. It's just so weird. So anyway, that was my struggle there. Just so you guys know, I was like, why were you struggling there a little bit, Josh? I was struggling there because I was hitting my closeout 25 hot button and it wasn't closing anything out. And I thought I clicked it 4 times. I was like, all right, I'm out. And I look and I'm like, oh, I'm still in. So anyway, AGRX ripping. Nice little pop out of the gate. All right, nice little pop out of the gate. Fuse dropped right out of the gate. SPY dropped right out of the gate. Big red candle. Big red 5-minute candle just straight down. While NIO, nice little squeeze here. Osco was one I was looking at. So right now, what do you guys watch at ALNA? Here, I'm just going to switch this over real quick. I'm going to go ahead and switch this over real quick. You guys are looking at ALNA. ALNA. All right, let's focus on ALNA. You do have a gap fill. So if you could start to break above 32 cents on ALNA, you have a gap fill up towards around 41 cents. So right now at this point in time, this is, yeah, absolutely on high watch, guys. 100% high watch here on ALNA. If you start breaking 30 cents, you have room to 33 cents. 33 cents is going to be tough. Okay, 33 cents is going to be tough here on ALNA. But if you break 33 cents, you're going to start filling that gap up towards around 41 cents. A lot of great potential there on ALNA. So let's focus on ALNA right now at this point in time. Let's see if it sets up for us. So we got ALNA on watch. Then we have ALNA watch at this point in time. 30 cent resistance and then 32, 33 cents resistance. And that's going to be a very strong level to break above. But then if we can, oh my gosh, it has so much potential to fill that gap at 41. I like it. I think there's good potential here on ALNA. I'm watching ALNA at this point in time. All right, let's see if Costco's going to start getting that drop. I'm happy with my entry. I'm not happy with the spread on the stock. So the spread at one point was $1 there, which is pretty brutal. $1 spread, I get it. It's not terrible on a stock like this. But when you see that $1.50 spread, it kind of screws you up a little bit. So the spread, I'm not a fan of. The entry, decent. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it, especially with the position that I have. It's not a super huge position. I'm just kind of scaling in, getting my feet wet. I do like the potential that Costco has down into the 460s. So I am just kind of working in a little bit there, but really paying attention to that spread, because if that spread continues to open on up, I may have to get out of a little bit of that position just to mitigate my risk. But right now, you guys are watching ALNA. ALNA at this point in time is the #1 stock. And I have it on a 5-minute time frame as well, team. 5-minute time frame, because it's just a little choppy here, in my opinion, on a 1-minute time frame. It's a little choppy on a 1-minute time frame, guys. At least put it on a 3-minute, because that 1 minute, it's hard to read. So right now, guys, you could literally look for a break over 30. If you think this stock has tons of potential, you could simply look for a break over 30 cents, trim a little bit at 33 cents, and then hold the rest to 41. You have that gap to be filled. And right now, this is the one stock that has a lot of the focus at this point in time. It's very clear that this is the one stock that has a good amount of attention, a good amount of focus, is ALNA. Right? Because NXTP is not doing too much. What did we say about TRVI? TRVI needed to get back above 267. That was it. TRVI back above 267. That's a sign of strength. So we're above 267. As long as you don't fall back below 267 on TRVI, you've got potential back to high a day, $3, $3.21, and then up towards around $3.50. I like TRVI. It just broke above 267, guys. Keep it on high watch. So right now it's between ALNA for a break over 30 cents up to 32, and then 40 cents for the gap fill on ALNA. And then your other option here is TRVI above 267 up to 295, and then $3. Those are your two options right now that you have at this point in time. I would say TRVI looks better. I don't know. They're both great, but TRVI, that would be the one I'm leaning towards. Right off that 267 level up to the high day in 3. There goes ALNA breaking up over 30 cents here. Take some profits around 32 to 33 cents. Then hold the rest up towards around 40 cents for that gap fill. You guys are killing it right now there on ALNA. Nice little breakout. Nice little break and retest on TRVI. That one's paying you as well right now. That looks fantastic. If you guys are in TRVI, that candle looks great. That last candle looks fantastic. If you fall below 260, it's dead. If you come back below the VWAP, if you come back below that 90 EMA, I would be out of that trade, 100%. So if you come back below 260 at the lowest, I would be out 100% because it looks like crap. Below that 90 EMA and below that VWAP. So as long as you hold those two levels and that 267, you still have potential to high a day of 295. But ALNA right now is the one getting that action. Again, you're locking in profits around 40 cents as that's your gap fill level, guys. That is your gap fill level. How's the SPY doing? SPY still pointing down. The Qs are trying to double bottom. Costco is a little slow, but we are getting close for that crack. So I'm still liking Costco at this point in time. I'm putting my stops back above like 468. I feel like I need to put my stops here above 468 now at this point in time here on Costco, because if it breaks back above 468 and then 468.50, it's going to move back up over 470. But I still like it because if we can start dropping below that 465.75, that's when we could see a lot of selling volume really start to move on in. So I'm still interested in the trade. I still like it. It definitely moves a lot more than this, for sure. We can see a nice big move today to the downside into the 460s, which is what I'm looking for. But first things first, we got to fall below that 465.75 level. And if we break back above 468, that's where I'm going to walk away from the trade. So right now, the only thing that I have going is a small position on Costco. Small position on Costco. Nothing for me on ALNA. You guys are crushing it, it looks like, inside of chat. Good job. TRVI, that stinks. That does stink, because that was a good setup. Like, that was nice. That break and retest with that nice big green candle with high volume and the strong close. That was a great trade. So if you took that trade on TRVI and you just got stopped out, don't be disappointed at all. Don't get upset and think, oh, that was a bad trade. No, that was a good trade, guys. It really was. You saw the break on high volume. You saw a quick little pullback on decreased volume. And this candle immediately shot on up. High volume, strong close. That was a really good break and retest trade. That just didn't work out. It just didn't work out, but I still think that was a good trade. I would not be upset whatsoever if you took a small little, 7-cent loss, right? 7 cents, nothing, right? That's nothing. 7 cents is nothing. So still a good trade there. So other than that, I'm not really seeing too much. Obviously, ALNA, you have that room to 41 cents. But as far as like anything else, there's not a whole lot going on right now. What's on that halt scanner? ICVX? AAL? CBIO? All right, so let's watch CBIO. Someone was asking me this morning what I thought about CBIO, and I said if we hold above 162, I think it has potential. If it holds above that 162 level, I see potential on CBIO. So I do see some potential here on CBIO, guys. So right now, let's focus here on CBIO. And we would have some room to like $2 here. We're just kind of sitting back being patient, guys. Looking to see where the best opportunity is. HTGM. One of yesterday's top movers getting some more action today above $1. Support right now is 110 on HTGM. 110 support. Resistance 125, a lot of resistance at 125, and then you have room to says 163, but I would put it at 150 because that's a psychological level. I would say you'd have some room to 150 over 125 here on HTGM at this point in time. They highlight potential clinical applications of the HTG transcriptome panel in bladder cancer. So again, the stock was moving yesterday. It was a great day yesterday, gapping up today, breaking over yesterday's highs. Get some great action to it. Right now, HTGM team is definitely a decent looking stock. Keep this on high watch. I mean, definitely over 125. We have so much potential to 150 here on HTGM. What? That's impressive. I love it, Johnny. Johnny, that's awesome, dude. That I took some time yesterday and watched those videos that you suggested. Kept patient and waited for my plan to unfold. I hit my goal with my small account, 50 bucks a day, Mr. Johnny. Way to make it happen, boss. That's awesome. Getting inside that video lessons library, watching those lessons, soaking it all up, and seeing success immediately, seeing results immediately. That's absolutely impressive. Very nice. Very nice. Good stuff. Good job, Johnny. Very nice. Locking in some great profits. We got George locking in some great profits as well. Congrats. I'm still just managing that Costco trade. I still see potential with Costco. And that's where my focus really is, guys. I'm watching the chart. And I'm just looking to see if I should be adding to it or if I need to be getting out of that position. But I like HTGM. I like the news. I like that strong day yesterday. I like how we just broke over $1, retested it, broke 110, retested it. It seems to be really consistent with HTGM. With its breaks and retests, it looks to be pretty darn consistent. I like HTGM. I see potential to 150 next. I don't really like that trade anymore on Costco. I'm just not a fan. If it was going to crack and drop, it should have cracked and dropped. I mean, that was my expectations as we cracked below those pre-market lows. I was expecting to see this thing just really start to fade. It's just sitting sideways, and you have this little bit of a U-shape, right? You got this little bit of this U-shape here down at these lows, which I'm not a fan of. So I am going to go ahead and just get out of Costco here because I'm just not a huge fan of it. I was expecting this thing to drop and really just start to fade. It's just sitting sideways, trying to curl on up. I'll go ahead and walk away from that. There's no reason to sit here and try and manage this trade that I just don't like anymore at this point in time. I didn't like it. I'm out. And you just hit your target. Oh, you hit it by like a tenth of a penny. You got really close. Oh, there was 41. You got it. Woo! 41 cents, baby. Good job, guys, on ALAN. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I didn't take it. Why? I was in Costco, but it's all good, baby. It's all good. Yeah, BHAT is moving on up. No news on it. I mean, here today, but it's just a momentum play. 364. You can see it up towards around 364, and we have support at 287. So, yeah, BHAT. I mean, it has potential. It has another maybe, I don't know, 40 cents out of it, 40 to 50 cents, give or take. Supports at 287. Let's see what it does at 287 here. Let's see what we do back down around 287. It's safe to say we can take NXT P off that watch list. So you do have AXSM is breaking in a new high a day. And this was one that tried to get a little bit of a go yesterday. It ran all the way up to 39.72. They're on AXSM after it was breaking over Monday's highs of 38.80. So I am watching AXSM at this point in time for sure. I am watching AXSM. Nothing worth getting involved with right now, but it is something I have on watch. Just want to let you guys know. AGRX is dead right now. CANF is dead right now. We'll still watch TRVI, ALNA if you guys were in at 30 cents. You guys are already in. There's no reason to be touching it now. If you guys are still holding, though, and you're like, where is my next target? 48 cents would be your next target here on ALNA. So if you guys were taking this over 30 or over 32, trimming out around 40 to 41, taking some profit, your next level is 48 cents on ALNA. I think HTGM may have some good potential here. HTGM is kind of stalling. I like that higher low off the trend line for the break over high a day, and I see potential for it to really open on up, but I'm not liking how it's stalling here. Just kind of stalling right at this 122, 123, and we don't want to see it stall. We want to see it break that 125, 128, and we have that potential to 150. If it doesn't start breaking here in a moment, I do not want to hold this for a crack of the trend line and get caught up in some kind of dump, especially if it's not going to get that break and it's just struggling a little too much and it stalled right at 123. It froze for like 20 seconds. I'm not crazy about that on HTGM. I was looking for that an immediate break there on HTGM over that high a day once it came down and bounced off that trend line, but I'm just being patient. We may still bounce here off that trend line and push over the high a day, but if not, I am going to be walking away from this trade. But it was definitely worth giving it a go for sure. I saw the potential, and it still has some potential. This would be it. If this is going to go, this would be it, guys. This is going to be that quick little double bottom off the trend line and break that 128 up to 150. This would be the point in time where we start really moving on up. The volume doesn't look terrible. The price action is decent. Got to have a nice little finish here. Nice little push. 123, 124. Next candle could open on up. Really start to get this thing going. Go a little 50-50 with it. Yeah, I'm not liking it, not liking it, not liking it, not liking it. Okay. It was worth giving it a go. Still think there is potential here. It's gonna convict me to get back in. It's sucking me back in. It's saying, "Ha, Josh, I stopped you out." Yep, you're sucking me back in here on HTGM. I do think HTGM has decent potential as it's really trying to hold that trend line. Very nice, strong buying pressure right at the end here. which is a decent little sign that it wants to try and get that higher low U shape for that high day break. And the price action was decent right there. The price action wasn't bad at all. Definitely suggested that buy up at the very end. We could see that next candle open and start to push, follow through over 128 into the 150s on HTGM. If we hold that trend line on HTGM and we just get some buyers to step on in, we're good over 128. And over 128, I see potential to 150. But if we do crack that trend line and it's not going to bounce and it's not going to get that break over high day and follow through, you have potential to fade back down to 109 and then $1 here on HTGM. So ALNA was the one that worked out great. TRVI, couple false attempts, no follow through, right? So TRVI was looking pretty decent, no follow through, which is unfortunate because that stock had a lot of great potential. That press release was fantastic. ALNA, the one that I honestly didn't think was going to be the best, that's the one that followed through. Absolutely crazy. The one I'm like, I don't know. That's a lot of resistance at 32 cents. That's the one that breaks and follows through. HTGM, no follow through. TRVI, no follow through. BHAT, no follow through. So we're still dealing with the same thing as just no follow through in the market for the most part. Just not a lot of follow through. Yes, I mean, there's potential. I'm just not really crazy with how we're following because we're not following through. So, I mean, yeah, CBIO may look great, but I'm still like, it does make me hesitant just a little bit because we see BHAT trying and then dumping on off with no follow through. We see HTGM trying. Now it's just not doing a lot. No follow through. TRVI had a lot of great potential. No follow through. So that's what's tough is even though CBIO may look good, it makes me second guess. Like, out of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stocks we just looked at, there's only one stock that followed through. That was ALNA. TRVI, no follow through. HTGM, no follow through. BHAT, no follow through. So out of those 4 stocks I listed, you have 75% no follow through, 25% actually worked on out. I want it to be the other way around. I want to see stocks actually setting up and actually following through as they typically should. Based on those criterias and whatnot. But we're just not seeing the follow through, which is unfortunate, which makes me somewhat hesitant with CBIO, but that doesn't mean I'm going to just completely disregard it. It means I'm just going to be a little bit more patient with it. That's really random on HTGM. Like, the setup was up here for sure. That bounce, higher low for the push. That to me is just that to me is ugly. That just that's unfortunate. You know, crack the trend line, dump on down below VWAP, and then out of nowhere just squeeze on up. Okay, that's pretty random. That's pretty random. So, yeah, I mean, right now, I'm not seeing too much that really stands out to me, team. You know, AXSM, it's still on watch, but there's nothing right here right now. TRVI, you know, it's still on watch, but there's nothing here right now at this point in time. ALNA still has potential. So you have 37-cent support at this point in time with high day resistance. You break high a day, you have room to 48 cents, which is your 200-day moving average. HTGM is getting a little ugly right now with its price action. That's pretty nasty price action on HTGM, which makes me not even want to look at it, period. So I'm going to take that off the watch list. BHAT looks to be pretty much done for now. And you do have CBIO. That doesn't look all that bad. You got a nice little trend line here on CBIO. You just broke that 9 EMA, and you broke through the VWAP, which is right around 180. So you have the trend line, the VWAP, and that 9 EMA right around that 180 level. Worth watching it above 180. As far as really awesome setup, like let's get involved right now, let's buy it right now. No, not seeing the reason to get involved with it right now. But the one stock that still looks decent, that looks like there's some decent potential here, is ALNA. So ALNA at this point in time looks pretty darn good if you ask me. I like that pullback, quick little double bottom off that 37-cent level of support. Nice little break and retest there. This stock has already proven itself. Let's see what we have in store here. I like the break. I like that retest. I'm liking the higher low. Could absolutely start to see a nice little follow through here. We looked at as a little bit of a momentum play, right? Nice push, nice pull, nice push, nice pullback, nice push, nice pullback. Now we have a nice pullback into that prior high, looking to break that downtrend as well. So overall, there seems to be some consistency here with ALNA. Absolutely some consistency here with ALNA. And there's a lot of momentum behind this as well. You know, breaking that downtrend above 37-cent support. Absolutely see it back to 44 cents and then see it back up towards around 48 cents. So right now, it's a rough morning for me. A couple setups that I've liked. They just haven't worked out and followed through, which has been kind of the trend for me this week, is really good setups. Not upset with any of the trades, just upset with the market conditions and the follow through. Random setup, run. Good setup, no run. It's weird. It can be frustrating, but you know, that's the market, guys. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Just got to adjust and make it happen. I didn't even come back yesterday because that's how frustrated I was with the market. I didn't even come back yesterday and even attempt to make any of my money back. But when I see an opportunity, I'm gonna try and make it happen. So let's try and make some magic happen here on ALNA. Let's see if it can really start to rip and run here. I'm long ALNA, 39-cent cost basis. Break of the downtrend off support. Let's see if this is actually going to follow through and actually work the way it should work, right? Nice break over 37 cents. Nice pullback to 37 cents. Now we're breaking this downtrend after we've just bounced and held 37 cents as support. And this is all momentum, right? Nice push, nice pullback, nice push, nice pullback, nice push, nice pullback, nice push. Nice pullback, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, right? So with that being said, we want to see that consistency. We want to see that momentum. We want to see that trend continue to the upside. Nice pullback to 37-cent support. Stops are below that level. We just broke the downtrend on increased volume. Right now, hypothetically, in a perfect world, we should open on up right back to high a day. And with this much momentum, we should see it up towards around 48, 50 cents next. But again, No follow through in the market. I mean, for the most part, 80% no follow through. Getting out, getting out, getting out. I'm out. All right. I will be back in like 2 minutes, guys. I'm going to take a step away for a second, and I will be right back with you. All right, we're back and we're good. Yeah, I had to disconnect, guys. To be honest, I'm frustrated. All right, it's very frustrating. Yesterday was a very frustrating day with some of those trades, and today frustrating day with that trade as well. So yeah, it's one of those things that a couple good setups, right? Waiting for the confirmation, really having my plan in place, accepting it. Like, I'm okay with the loss. I'm okay that I'm red. I'm okay. Like, I'm not upset about that. I'm upset, more or less frustrated, so you guys know, with the no follow through, right? And that's it. And then the time, right? The time that I don't take the trade because I'm hesitant of the no follow through is when it follows through. So that's just what's a little frustrating. Hey, listen, I've been doing this for a while. I still get frustrated. I still have red days and red weeks, okay? So yes, I'm human. I got frustrated. So I'm going to walk away, take a deep breath, and just disconnect. Maybe I should just completely stay away from these small caps that are not following through until we see that consistent day after day follow through. Or I'm just going to completely switch gears right now at this point in time, and I'm going to just short the market. One of the two things: either A, I stay out of it, B, I short the market. I'm done going long with these small cap penny stocks because I have not been able to hit those trades and hit my goals that I'm looking for, looking at these decent little long setups. And again, we see the attempts. There are points where I'm green on these trades. This happened last week as well. There are points where I'm up and green on these trades, but we're not following through. And that's the unfortunate thing. So again, a little frustrated, went ahead and just disconnected, walked away. All right, what's going on? What am I going to do? I'm literally going to short these penny stocks or simply sit out until the market actually warms back up a little bit and becomes a little bit more consistent. Am I upset with the trades? No. ALNA, I like the setup. We saw the break. We saw the attempt. It met the criteria. It didn't work out. HTGM just was a little choppy. We saw that. Cracked on down, shot back up, big rug pull back up. That was just very, very choppy after it was brought to our attention. NIO, not upset with that. I got in. And then I'm not upset with Costco. Just 4 red trades, 2 red days back to back. It's not a big deal. It happens. Just needed these markets to turn around. And if this penny stock market doesn't turn around, you will not really see me participating too much with penny stocks, guys. Bob, I'm just watching Josh, so I'm learning a ton from you. Thank you for showing your vulnerability. That helps me so much. And that's one thing you're going to notice so much here being a part of this amazing team is you're not only going to learn from my successes when I'm on fire. That's right around the corner. You're going to be able to learn from my mistakes. You're going to realize I'm human. I'm normal. I just see more abnormal results in the market. I see more consistency to the green side than I do to the red side. And I see great profits. Not this year. I'm going to be honest with you. This year has been a little bit of a rough start for me anyway. Last year, oh my gosh. Last year was a great year in the market for me. This year is a rough year for me in the market. But that's why I've been able to take a step back for the month of June and prepare and position myself correctly for the final 6 months. Because that's the thing. The year's not done yet. I can still hit my yearly goal in 6 months, and that's what I've been working towards for the month of June for the end of the year. But no, absolutely, I love being open and honest and transparent with you guys. And again, we just have rough days and rough weeks as traders. It's inevitable. Do I get frustrated? Yeah. Do I get angry at times? Sure I do. Do I want to punch my monitor? Yeah, I kind of do, because that's frustrating. But is that going to solve anything? No. What's going to solve the problem? Mindset. All right, so how do I get in the right mindset? Walk away from what's frustrating me. So I walked away, went outside, got some fresh air, and I said, what am I going to do differently today to make that back plus yesterday? Because I know I have all of the potential in the world. And it was no trade penny stocks at all, or B, short the crap out of these. So what am I going to do now? I'm going to look for shorts, right? Only look for great short opportunities or simply not even trade these small caps whatsoever because of the lack of follow through. So, again, team, what I say is it is what it is. For me, anyway, it is what it is. Now, here's the thing, Kamal. You're right. Larger wins and small losses is what you do. But I need some large wins. That's the only thing I haven't had this month. I had one nice big win, but I've had a lot of small losses. And I can't seem to break that loss, that small loss trend. Small loss here, small loss there. It adds up. It eats up all my big wins. And I haven't been able to get those big wins to continue to offset the small losses. So that's been my struggle, especially this month, is getting those nice big wins. And again, I've been doing great at keeping my losses small in comparison to my wins, but I just haven't had an abundance of those nice big wins to where I still have a nice average at the end of the day. And that's what I've been dealing with this year. And so again, I just took this month to take a step back and reassess. And what am I going to do the final 6 months? Because I got a big goal to hit. I'm going to hit it. And I'm excited. I'm excited to hit it. CBIO, and this is what I was hesitant about, right? Decent setup. It's above the VWAP. It's above the 9 EMA. It's holding that trend line. It's in an uptrend, and then what happens? Right? It just doesn't follow through, and it had the volume as well. It had the volume on through. It put in the higher high, getting the guys. This is what I mean with the no follow through. I will literally short what you would think is a good long setup. I'm going to short the good long setup. Like what I'm thinking of coming on up is shorting AXSM. I'm going to short AXSM when it breaks into a new high a day. What? Yeah, I'm going to short AXSM when it breaks into a new high a day with strong buying volume. And the best price action to the upside in the world, I'm going to short it. So it's really about just sitting back and waiting for the best of the best. Sitting back, waiting for the best of the best setup. And again, I can't complain because those setups I took today, I liked them. They were good setups. I mean, I was prepared. I was planned, ready to go. No follow through. It is what it is. Very choppy stock with no follow through. Hey, it is what it is. What's up with ITRM? ITRM is getting some action right now. What's up with this? ITRM, pretty random. Stock moving to the upside. No news on ITRM. Literally just randomly getting volume here. It's not worth your time. It's not worth your time. No news. Just now got some random volume. It's probably going to dump on off. Look at that big red can. It's not worth your time. It's already down 3 cents in the blink of an eye. Yeah, it's not worth your time. Pump and dump. Again, the SPY is just really having a hard time figuring out where it wants to go. The Qs, I mean, there's definitely some movement, but still overall having a hard time trying to figure out where it wants to go. Just up and down and up and down. I do like Roblox coming on up. Maybe. If the markets do fade and fall and that pulls Roblox down along with it, if Roblox ever cracks that VWAP and drops below that trend line, you can see a short down to 33, 34. That's low a day here. Hey, Rodney, 1,000? Ooh, $200. He goes, that's it for me. I'm going to the beach. Go to the beach. Enjoy that. There you go. Enjoy it. There's only two stocks that I'm looking at coming on up. Roblox. If it ever cracks that trend line, I will short Roblox, assuming the overall market pulls back. If AXSM cracks its trend line, I will absolutely short this stock as well. Yesterday's high, 39.72. REVB. Just looking at some of these penny stock gainers and losers, we got a lot of random pump and dumps, guys. We're seeing a lot of very random pump and dumps in the market, right? REVB, look at that. I mean, that was out of nowhere. Big spike on up from 60 cents to almost 80 cents. Of course it's going to be on the scanners. But there's no reason for that at all. Just out of nowhere, volume moves on in, squeezes on up. Again, that's a pump and dump, guys. AKUS. What's going on with AKUS? It literally just started to get volume here at the break of 580. 580 was a pretty good resistance level. A 575, 580. Now it's just starting to squeeze on up here a little bit. There's no news, just so you guys know. There was no news here on AKUS. There's no filings here. The stock didn't have any volume until it broke 580. So it's not like it was already a pre-market mover, an intraday mover. It just literally at 10:09 got volume. So 20 minutes ago is when this thing really started to move on up. It is holding on up. It is still trying to move here a little bit. But again, no news from what I can see. No filings on AKUS. Uh, 17% of the float is currently short, which is about 3 million shares short on REVB. So I do have shares short 3 million. And right now, we can see this at 750 on AKUS. It's easy to short as well, guys. I mean, no news, no filings on AKUS. Cracking back below 675. Definitely a good short down to 580. On AKUS, again, it's easy to short here. If it spikes right now, if it just spikes straight up, like 750 underneath these daily lows, I'm looking to grab it for a short. So again, it's not like it's super high short interest to where I'm like nervous of a short squeeze. Moving up pretty randomly. Just got some pretty random volume. I'm also looking at AXSM for a short as well. coming on up. But if we just spike here another 50 cents to the upside without seeing a pullback, I would look for that short. But if that doesn't happen and we start cracking below like 675, I would look to short that as well. Again, I'm just seeing a lot of these, you know, random intraday movers. A lot of these random midday intraday movers that really have no reason to be moving at all that are moving. I'm looking at AXSM for a possible short coming on up, and then I'm looking to see if we ever have a reason to get short on AKUS. The H, that is like the best example. Like that's the best example. I get it 100%. So it's up to you. So what I do is I do bring my stop loss up to guarantee profit, but you may get prematurely stopped out, right? So you're in at $1. Your stop loss is at 90 cents, and you're looking to take profit at 120. Well, let's say it goes up to 110, and you want to sell half your position. If it goes down to 90 cents, you are break even. So what I typically do is I bring my stop loss up to break even, so I at least secure my 10 cents a share. But you do take the chance of the stock coming down to your cost basis, stopping you out, and then ripping to your 120 target. So it's really completely up to you, H. It's really up to you at the end of the day. 100% though. I understand it. It's a very clear example. It's not a stupid question whatsoever. It's a fantastic question. If you want to guarantee your profit, then yes, that is a good idea. If you're like, you know what, I'm just going to stick to my plan. I will lose a little bit. I'm okay with breaking even to stick to my plan, then stick to your plan. But if you want to guarantee your profit and be disciplined by scaling out, then that is a good way to do that. Would bring your stop loss up to your cost basis after you take, you know, say 25% or 50% up, 10 cents, 20 cents, whatever it is. Again, when you take profit, bringing your stop losses up to secure those profits that you locked in. I don't know how I didn't pull the trigger there on AKUS. All right, so we're all set. AXSM back at daily high. Will you short or were you kidding? No, I'm definitely looking for a short. 100%. Absolutely looking for a short because I think this thing could crack. I think this thing could dump on off, at least back down to like 38.80 and then back down into the 37s. I was planning on the AKUS shorts, right? So that's what I was planning on, was the AKUS shorts. Right there below that 675. I did not pull the trigger though. I just did not get a chance to pull the trigger on it with AKUS. Stir, it's definitely a little too early to tell, buddy. It's definitely way too early to tell if it's on a rising wedge. But I see what you're doing. You're running your trend lines off the highs and the lows, and you see at some point they would intersect and cross one another. So I see what you're seeing. I just think it's really early, really soon and really early to really tell if it's in a proper rising wedge or not. But I would at least utilize this trend line off the lows for sure. So I'm just really honed in on this time and sales and level 2, guys. Just so you know, I'm really honed in on the time and sales and level 2 on this trade. I saw it. I wanted to take it. I'm not getting distracted. So bear with me as I manage this trade, guys. Again, I distract myself way too much. Like, I'll be looking at a trade, like AQUS, and I'll distract myself and I'll miss it. I'll get in, I'll distract myself, and I'm not focused on the trade. That's one thing I got to get better at and balance. So again, right now, if I'm quiet, just understand that I have a trade open, and it's a large position. And I'm going to manage it to make sure that I manage it correctly to get the most reward from it. I mean, 37.50 is realistic. I'm thinking another dollar to the downside. I think we can drop another dollar here to the downside, but fingers on the trigger. Start opening on up. Start taking that 38.52 buyer out, and it should dump a little bit more down to 38. Take a little bit of profit. Corey said, I need more caffeine. That was backwards. Bulls taking the elevators up and bears stepping it down. Yeah, the market's just... I don't know how to explain it. I don't want to seem like I'm making excuses or anything like that, but it just seems weird. That's the best way I can put it. The market just seems weird the last couple of weeks. Not a lot of follow-through. Not a lot of predictability. And the reason I say that is because it seems like it's more common. Right? The inconsistency and the lack of follow-through is more common than what it ever has been in my trading career. That's why I say weird. Because this is a new market to me. This started back in, I think it was September or October, when I first said, this market seems weird. This market is changing. You actually see more consistent lack of follow-through than you actually see consistent, opportunity, which is completely back-asswards is what I meant to say, back-asswards, right? It's back-asswards. So it's weird, and that's the only thing that I could really say is it's just odd. It's weird that this is a completely different environment and a completely different market than what I've been used to over the past. Again, my first 6 years of trading. Again, we're going in my 7th, almost 8th year, and just over the past 6, 7, 8 months, it's been weird. It's been odd. It's been different. Like I said, it seems like there's more consistent bad days, like lack of follow through, rug pulls, versus consistent setups with the follow throughs, not seeing brutal rug pulls left and right. So it's just really about, you still got to adapt. You just got to adjust and adapt to this, ever changing market. Strategies still work, styles still work. It's just, how consistent are they going to work? How do you tweak that strategy? How do you tweak that edge in that setup? And one of those things that I need to get better at is being able to adapt quicker. Be more mindful of, hey, I need to adapt. Today, long setups aren't working. Short, 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 short. And that's exactly what I was like, all right, long setups aren't setting up. They may set up, but they're not following through. So what am I going to do? I'm going to short, 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 short across the board, right? I'm going to short. And that's what we saw AKUS. It was a good short. Right, CBIO, it was a good short. So just changing that approach just a little bit. You see a good long setup, and you're like, yeah, nope, I'm going to short this good long setup. Makes no sense, but that's what seems to work, So I don't know with penny stocks, right? Like, maybe that's something we would be able to talk about with, like, larger caps, Corey, but, like, small caps. It's just the, I don't know. I know I did it again, didn't I? I know after I literally just said it, I did it again. I did it again. Like I said, I distract myself really easily in trades. Just one of those things that I haven't seemed to be able to master yet. Removing the distractions and really focusing on the trade. It's something that's a bad habit. Number one's a bad habit. I just have to get better at it every single day, and before you know it, it won't be an issue. But yeah, I did get distracted, and I'm just completely oblivious to the fact that, we're back above 39, but still the price action isn't all that great. Price action isn't all that great to the upside, so that's why I'm still holding it short, but you're 100% right. Josh is getting distracted again. He's talking about stuff. He's looking at messages. Stop looking. Don't expect me to perfect it in week 1, guys, okay? But expect me to get a lot better at it day by day by day. Someone had a great analogy. Last one, someone had a great analogy. I think it was even inside a chat or on TikTok, but they were like, imagine Tom Brady, right? Playing QB, the best of the best, but also commentating the game as well. Do you think Brady, absolute amazing quarterback, would be able to play and commentate the game at the same time? Yeah, no. When Tom's out on the field, Tom's focused. He's dialed in. He's ready. There's no distractions. It's him in the game. It's him in the game. Imagine Tom trying to commentate the game as well. Yeah. Good luck. So I was like, that makes a lot of sense. I was like, okay, makes me feel a lot better. That is hard. Being in the game, being focused, trading, but still trying to commentate the market and all that. Yeah, it's one can imagine the challenge, right? Some weeks I'm fantastic at it. Some weeks I fail. I want to just get consistent with it. I want to be really, really good at just being able to balance. And that's something I'm still working on, guys. I'm human. Not perfect. Close out a little bit more on AXSM. Could be that higher low squeeze. We're going to close out a little bit. The volume's still not there, though. That's the thing, is like there's like no volume on AXSM, which is why I'm not super adamant to like get out of it all at once. But I'm scaling out little by little by little here on AXSM. And still just curious if we get another leg down. Again, my fingers on that trigger. I'm just closing out in 25% increments. I'm curious to see if the ask is going to come back below 39. If so, I may add to it for one more final leg down into the 38s. I think 37.50 is realistic as well. So curious to see what we have coming on up in the next few moments. So looking to see if these asks, these sellers, are going to be coming back down below 39, and if so, could be a nice little dump on down here into the 38 area and then 37.50. Right now, it's not really moving, though. That's the only problem. It's not moving, but if we can see a little bit of volume move in, level 2 become a little bit active, see some orders coming in at the bid, I would definitely consider jumping in with an additional position, like adding to the short side for the next leg down, because I do think we can see another leg down here. Stops would be really, really tight, though, because my cost basis is coming down pretty far. I'd have to be really confident that this is going to be the drop, because that's going to bring my cost basis down to where I have to keep my stops really tight, because I do not want to give back any profits. At least I want to secure what I have in front of me at this point in time. So again, I'm just looking at the level 2. I'm watching that time in sales as well. No volume at all. There's no movement, really. 38.89 on the bid. Now it's moving. Now it's moving a little bit. It's becoming active. Little bit. 38.86. So again, I haven't done, I'm still holding 600 shares short right now at this point in time. Just so you guys know, 600 shares short at this point in time. You got 39.07 on the ask, below 39 on the bid. If the buyers start stepping back up above 39, I am going to start closing this position out, because the spread's about 12 cents, 20 cents. I've seen the spread about 30 to 40. So if I see the buyers stepping back up above 39 and closing the spread like that, I'm going to go ahead and just start getting out of it, and I'm out of it. What'd I get? 360? Okay. Little base hit. At least it was a green trade. It was something. So it's a good step in the right direction, for sure. Good morning, Catherine. Good morning. Good morning. How are we doing on this beautiful hump day? So now at this point in time, if you're looking at the SPY, what kind of formation are you starting to see here on the SPY? You guys seeing what I'm seeing? You guys seeing what I'm seeing here on the SPY? You guys aren't seeing what I'm seeing. I got a little something something for you. Little something something for you. Can you click that link? Ah, you can't. I'm gonna have to find a different way to get that to you guys. But anyway, I put together a little bit of a cheat sheet, right? So just something different. I put together a little bit of a cheat sheet. The top long trading setups, talking about 3 of the most popular and the most simple trading setups. The setup, what to look for, and how to execute the trade. So I found 3 setups that I think every trader should know. The easiest setups, pretty consistent setups. They're simple, they're easy to master, and again, what to look for and how to execute the trade as well. So what I'm gonna have to do is find a way to get this and get this posted inside of chat for you guys. See if I can take a screenshot of it real quick. Copy. If you right click that, you can save it to your computer, right? So if you right click that, you can save that to your computer, okay? And in that little cheat sheet, we are starting to see an ascending triangle breakout formation here on the SPY. So it's a chart pattern used in TA. It is created by price moves that allow for a horizontal line to be drawn along these swing highs and a rising trend line to be drawn along those swing lows. The 2 lines form a triangle, and traders are often watching for breakouts from these triangle formations. So we're looking for strong and consistent movement to the upside. Ascending triangles have a flat level of resistance, right? With the SPY, it's 382.12. Flat level of resistance while building these higher lows off an established uptrend. And we have these higher lows off of an established uptrend. During this time, we want to keep an eye on the volume to ensure buyers are in control as the price moves higher. And then you break it down into how to actually execute the trade. So not what an ascending triangle is, not the criteria and what to look for, but even how to execute this trade properly. So a little bit of a cheat sheet there. If you guys want to take that, download it, save it to your computer. Let me know what you guys think about that. I did that instead of composing a lesson, thinking that this may be a little bit better for you guys to have right now today on your PC that you can look at versus like a video lesson. I'm not sure. I'm just trying out new things to see what you guys like and what you guys don't like. Okay. So there you guys go. I just dropped that inside of chat. So right now, at this point in time, the SPY, we have a little bit of an ascending triangle breakout formation. We have trend line support at this point in time. Flat resistance up here at 382.12. Now we're just going to keep this on watch to see if we're going to continue to build these higher lows and eventually get a break over resistance for the next leg up. And where would that next leg up put us? Well, right around, you're going to have to probably get some profit off the table at 382.64 and then 383.41. So maybe 50 cents to the upside and then up to 383.41. So based on that, you're expecting it to break bullish on the SPY. Yes, so when you see ascending triangles, and an ascending triangle breakout is flat resistance with higher lows. You do expect to see these break 80% of the time. But one thing I was getting ready to point out, again, location, location, location. We talk about this a lot. Location's everything. You could have a 3-bed, 2-bed house, 1,500 square feet, drop it in Florida, where I live, it's $500,000. You take that house and you go drop it in Indiana, it's $100,000. Same house, same everything, different location, different price, right? We know location's everything in real estate. Location, location, location. Location with setups is very important as well. Where is this occurring, right? Well, it's occurring at today's high of day resistance, and it's building these higher lows. So intraday, the location is correct. This is the right location to see this particular pattern forming today. But when you open this up and look at the last 2 days, it makes you second guess. It makes you second guess. Ascending triangle breakouts are continuation formations. Ascending triangles occur at or near a high a day. Ascending triangles occur at the tops of uptrends, and they are intended to break and continue that uptrend. That's why there's a classification of they are continuation formations. They are intended to continue the trend that they're in. Bull flags, same thing, continuation patterns. A bull flag is a rip up, consolidation, and a rip up. Okay? It's in an uptrend. It's intended to continue in the direction that it's in, continue the uptrend. Okay? Just like bear flags, drop, consolidation, drop. They are intended to continue that move lower, continue the trend that they're in. Ascending triangle breakouts, they are continuation formations as well. So, intraday, yes, at or near the high of day. But what do we know about these? These are continuation formations, right? Ascending triangles are considered to be bullish. Ascending triangles occur at or near the high of the day. They're intended to break out and continue higher. So do we have an intraday uptrend? We do, right? We're building higher lows. You're not building higher highs, but you got these higher lows moving on in, right? You have a slight little uptrend. You are forming at the high a day. The high a day is resistance. You do have nice higher lows being established by a valid trend line. But one thing I want to point out is, look at just the last 2 days. Massive, massive leg down, downtrend, downtrend, downtrend. Now it's setting up here for an ascending triangle, but if you take in consideration yesterday's drop as well, that makes you kind of second guess it. Okay, so yes, intraday, you have this ascending triangle breakout. If you're just looking at today, team, you're just looking at today. Yeah, absolutely. You have a little bit of this ascending triangle breakout formation, and it's meeting some of that initial criteria. But when you throw this on, say, like a 5-minute time frame, and you scroll back and look at yesterday, now look at from yesterday's high to where we're forming, now you're like, okay, well, they're supposed to continue the trend that they're in. Which trend is stronger? Would the trend intraday be stronger than the trend from yesterday? Oh, absolutely not. Right? Bigger picture, we're in a strong downtrend. Short term, yeah, we're in a little bit of an uptrend. A little bit of an uptrend. We could break and continue this little bit of an uptrend on the SPY, right? But short term, this window right here, got an uptrend. Bigger picture, downtrend. What trend is stronger? Is the downtrend stronger, or is this short-term uptrend stronger? Well, the downtrend would be stronger. So if we're looking for a downtrend into an uptrend, we would want to see in a reversal formation, right? So massive move down, strong downtrend. If we were looking for a break higher and a move higher, we want to see a reversal formation. That indicates we are going to reverse from downtrend to uptrend. So we're not seeing a reversal pattern here. We're seeing a continuation pattern, a continuation formation intended to continue the trend that they're in. But here's the thing. The longer term trend is stronger than the shorter term trend. So you need to definitely take that in consideration. That yes, you may have an intraday ascending triangle. Yes, those are bullish. Yes, you'd want to buy those and go long. Yes, they are intended to break resistance and rip higher. But I also want you to look at the prior day, the day before that, the week before that, and really ask yourself, is this setup good enough to go long even though the overall trend is down? especially yesterday's massive dump as well. It's not like yesterday was a mild day. We dropped 13 points. So, looking at yesterday, looking at today, understanding the type of pattern this is, understanding the location, where is it forming? Would you guys say that you would want to go long on this intraday ascending triangle? Yes or no? Would you want to go long on this ascending triangle formation here intraday? Yes or no? Absolutely. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to. Could it break and rip? Yes, it could. It's an ascending triangle breakout, and that's what it's forming intraday. So at first glance, you're like, yep, ascending triangle, this is what we got going on, guys. But then sometimes we get a little bit of analysis paralysis. Sometimes we're not focused on the big picture. Sometimes we're just so tunnel vision, we're just looking at the last 5 minutes, and that's all we see, but we lose sight of the bigger picture. Take a step back. See the bigger picture so you can take your next step forward. Based on that breakdown, based on that analysis, okay, from intraday to the past 2 days, the type of pattern it is, what it means, what it usually does, the criteria, everything like that, the answer would be no. The answer for me would be no. I wouldn't look to take that trade because the downtrend, I believe, is stronger than this intraday uptrend. And that downtrend is so strong, I don't think buyers are strong enough to allow that ascending triangle breakout to really work for us. So I would actually stay away from that trade. And if it goes, whatever, it goes. But the odds are not in our favor. So always do yourself a favor and just zoom out and look at your last day, couple of days, and look at the bigger picture, guys. The VIX at today, 28. It's a slower day. It's a choppy, slow day, guys. I mean, there's really not a lot of opportunity in the market. There's really not. AKUS fading. AXSM did exactly what I thought. I didn't have kahunas there, so I went ahead and just took it for a 362 win when we all know what that could have been based on my entry. So it's all good. I'm down 448 on the day. One trade got me back 50%. I'll take it. One great trade brought me back, got me back 50% of my loss. So I'll take it. I'll take it. ALAN, like I told you guys, I'm sorry. ALAN, it looks good to the long side. I'm shorting it. In this market, if it looks really, really nice to the long side, I'm shorting it. If it looks okay to the long side, I mean decent, I'm going long. If it's like one of those setups, I'm like, I don't know, guys. I mean, it's decent. It's okay. I'm going long on it. If I'm like, guys, this is the best setup I've ever seen ever. Right? It's the best setup ever. It's got 8,000 reasons to take. I'm shorting it. If I would have done that yesterday, I would have made a lot of money. Right now, I'm going to do that. I'm going to look at really nice long setups, and I'm going to short them. I'm going to find really ugly long setups, and I'm going to go long on them. And we'll see what the outcome is. So ALNA, is this shortable? I'm not even joking. ALNA, is it shortable? It's not. But I would short it. You would think it's going to hold the trend line and get back up to about 42 cents, right? Nope. Shorting it down to 30 cents. There is nothing happening in the market, team. There is nothing. in the markets happening at this point in time. So it's cracking the trend line, but still, would you like to see 380? 36 crack? 380, where are you getting 380, 36? 380, 36. Oh, that prior level? Yeah, that low there. You know, you crack the trend line, you crack the VWAP, and you're below the 90 EMA. I like it. I like it to the short side, absolutely. So, I mean, and this is what you can do, Stir. And this is one thing that may work for you, is scaling into your positions, right? Instead of going all in at the place that you think's the best, if you're like uncertain, if you're like, do I get in at the trend line crack? Do I get in at the crack of the VWAP? Do I get in at the crack of 380? Like, which one? Like, do I get in at the crack here? Or do I wait for the crack here? Or do I wait for the crack here? Instead of trying to guess or try and perfect and nail the entry to a T, just scale in. Say, all right, well, I don't know which one. Let me take 25% at the crack of the trend line. Let me take 25% of my position at the crack of the VWAP. Let me take 25% of my position at the crack of 380.36. And then let me be all in at the crack of 380. So, why is that beneficial? Well, if you get in at the crack of the trend line at 25% and it doesn't work out, your risk is only 25% of what you were going to risk on the trade completely. If you jump in 100%, you're taking 100% of that loss. But if you scale in at 25%, you're reducing your risk substantially, just in case you're wrong. But if you're right, you can always add to it. If you're right, you can add to it. If you're right, you can add to it. So if you're like, I don't know where to get in, and you see 1, 2, 3 different levels that you would like, yeah, which one do I get in at? All 3 are good. Just scale in at all 3 of those levels. Maybe that helps you get in with a nice cost basis, and you don't have to feel that you got to nail the absolute perfect entry. It's not about the entries, it's about the exit, guys. If you really think about it, it's not about perfecting the entry, it's really about perfecting the exit, because the exit's how you get paid. So don't try and perfect the entry, perfect your exit. So open floor right now. We are going to go into an open floor, guys. I posted up a cheat sheet for you guys in regards to the top 3 long setups. Right now, the market's a little funky. We know that. Right now, I have been struggling as a trader. Right? And I've been doing this for just a couple days, but I've been struggling. And I'm having to personally reflect on my trading and just readjust and readapt. So I know for a fact, if I'm struggling, and if some of these other fantastic traders, right? I talk to a lot of traders. I know that they're kind of like, yeah, it's weird. And they're struggling a little bit. I guarantee newer traders are struggling. And I guarantee you have questions. I guarantee it that you have at least one question right now that you need help with. So what better way to get you guys the help you need to do an open floor Q&A for the next hour? Yes, for the next hour. We talked about ascending triangle breakouts, okay? We talked about why the SPY would not be a good ascending triangle. That is our structured lesson for the day. You guys now understand what an ascending triangle breakout is, and we found a beautiful example of one that you should not take looking at the bigger picture. That was a great learning lesson for today. Now, let's do a nice open floor Q&A session. Just because the market is choppy, the market's erratic, not a lot of follow-throughs, I guarantee you feel maybe you've been struggling a little bit, because I felt that way. A lot of other great traders have felt that way. So I know you guys have questions. Maybe you need some clarity. Maybe you need some help to get back in the right mindset. And I'm here to help you guys out every single day to attack the market and to take advantage of the opportunities that we have in front of us. So let's go ahead and take the next 5 minutes, right? I'm going to go ahead and take a step away for 5 minutes. Go ahead and type any questions that you guys have that you need help with, any topics, any ideas. Again, be thorough, be detailed, ask away, and we're going to take the next 45 minutes to help you guys out with what you need help with, to help you see that change and help you see that success right away. All right, guys, so it's 11:10 a.m. We'll come back at 11:15. We'll go ahead and dive into this open floor Q&A session, see what you guys have for me. We'll see if there's any I can't even talk. See if there's any other opportunity in the market. My goodness. Josh has got to get it together and see if we can lock in some profits today, guys. If there's any other opportunity, we will make it happen. If there's not, we will go ahead and dive into lunch, see what we have this afternoon, and we'll make it happen, team. There's always something that we could be doing. So I'll see you guys back here in about 3 to 5 minutes. Now's your time to shoot away and drop those questions here inside of chat. And we're back from outer space. Just came in to find you here with the look on your face. All right, guys. In all seriousness, yeah, the market's so slow and the market's so boring that I'm bored and I'm singing and I'm all weird. If you had to choose one or the other and only utilize one, PA or TA? What do you mean, PA or TA? I know TA, technical analysis. What's PA? PA. I must be really out of it today, but yeah, TA's technical analysis. Pattern analysis. I've never in the last 7 years ever heard of PA before. This is new to me. TA, yes, technical analysis. FA, fundamental analysis. I have never heard of PA, pattern analysis, because that's still technical analysis. You're looking at the charts, right? You're looking at charts, patterns, indicators, setups. Yeah, so TA is patterns, strategies, indicators. TA is the chart. FA, fundamental analysis. That's going to be dissecting a company's fundamentals, earnings, cash flow, balance sheet, income statements, PE ratio, etc. All right, so if I had to choose one or the other and only utilize one, would I choose technical analysis or fundamental analysis? I would personally choose technical analysis, personally, as a day trader. As a day trader, technical analysis, absolutely. As an investor, fundamental analysis, absolutely. 100%. I would be using fundamental analysis for my long-term investments, TA for short-term trades. I do personally, I do consider, again, I've never heard of PA before. Like, in the last 7 years of me trading, I've never heard PA. I've never heard anybody say PA or use the term PA. So this is new to me. But if that's something that is out there and that's in existence, then okay. I would say they're both the same, right? Technical analysis, pattern analysis, right? TA, technical analysis, does consist of patterns, strategies, formations, setups, utilizing indicators and patterns in conjunction with one another. Price action, momentum, volume. I would say TA is TA. TA is TA. TA is charts. TA is volume and indicators and trading tools and patterns and price action. That's TA. That's what I would say. And then fundamental analysis, FA, fundamental analysis, understanding a company's fundamentals. But again, I could be like completely, again, I've never heard of PA before, personally. Because like a discipline and consistency over on YouTube said PA could mean, like price action, price analysis, right? Yeah. Again, not sure. Josh, will you look at GIS and make some money? Yeah, I mean, if there's money to be made on GIS, for sure. General Mills. Didn't they have earnings? Yeah, they did have earnings. General Mills. Ticker GS. Despite the overall market, ticker GS. General Mills making new all-time highs. And they got some really good earnings. This is one of those stocks that definitely outperforming the markets. I mean, so far this year. Now, it's not crazy, but it's up year to date from 70 up to 75. You're on General Mills, ticker GIS. I mean, this is a pretty easy chart to read. This is very simple chart to read. Obviously, you don't want to see it come back down below that prior level of resistance, which is like 73.62. I mean, at the absolute lowest, for this to still look good today to the upside, maybe into tomorrow, would be dropping no lower than 73.62. But as long as you hold that trend line here on GIS, you're good. And the sky's the limit, right? If you break 75, 76, 77, so on and so forth, but you want to see it come back down to that trend line and hold above that trend line, you could absolutely see it back up towards around 75 bucks. So I would say just wait for it to come back down towards around this trend line and see what it does. Is it going to bounce? Is it going to crack? So intraday, right? Intraday support is off intraday resistance. 74.24 intraday resistance will turn intraday support. If you crack below that 74.24 and you're not holding above the trend line, that's when you see it come back down towards around 73.62 here on GIS. Whoop, and he's back. All right, so right now, team, shoot, ask some questions. Like I said, team, I guarantee everybody has a question. There's not one person here that has it all figured out. There's not one person here that knows everything about stocks. I'm vulnerable. I express humility a lot. What was it? Just the other day, I was like, hey guys, I don't know what GDP is. Like, I need more clarification on GDP. Who knows? I will express and show humility, and I'll be vulnerable. Like, yo, I've been doing this for 7 years, but I'm still 50-50 on GDP and when it's released. Listen, I don't know everything, guys. I'm good at what I'm good at. I know what I know. I don't know everything, and I'm always willing to learn. I guarantee you guys have questions. I guarantee you need help with something. And I think the main reason why no one has these questions or we don't see them is you think it's stupid. You think it's a silly question. There's no such thing as a stupid question. The only stupid questions that exist are the ones that you don't ask. We were all brand new traders at one point in time. We all had what you think is a silly question. There is no such thing as a silly question. If you need help, this is your opportunity to get that help that you need, to get that help that you've invested in for. Okay, team? I mean, I could talk about strategies all day, but let's be honest. If you can't manage your risk, why are we talking about strategies? Again, I want to make sure that what we discuss today pertains to you. That's going to help you right now, today, see the results that you want to see. And in order to do that, I need you guys, go ahead and let me know what's going on. What's going on? What's on your mind? What questions do you have for me? What questions do you have for the team? What's something that you're struggling with? Maybe what's something that you were struggling with, now you did something different. You're doing something different, now you're seeing better results. Maybe that's going to be beneficial to someone here inside a chat. What do most traders utilize your one-on-one for? I haven't set mine up yet because I don't know what I want to pick your brain for 45 minutes straight yet. It varies, but what we see a lot of consistency with the one-on-ones are trade reviews. So it really starts with what's going on, right? Are you feeling good? Are you feeling bad? Are you making money? Are you losing money? Do you feel like you're consistent? And it really just starts with getting a background, getting an understanding of how long you've been in the market, right? What do you trade? What types of strategies are you, trading that you're confident with? What are some things that you realize you need help with? And really, it's just that quick little 5-minute assessment in the beginning, 5 to 10-minute assessment in the beginning that really dictates where the one-on-one goes. Sometimes the one-on-one goes right into, let's talk about your mindset. Sometimes based on that first 10-minute assessment, I'm like, we need to talk about trade plans. Right now, we need to talk about trade plans, or no, you need to get inside that video lessons library right now and watch that options lesson before you keep trading options, right? If we're going to talk about options for the next 45 minutes, you need to have a background on options and get educated. So again, it really depends. That first 5 to 10 minutes, I'm asking you some questions. We're talking about, again, your experience, how long you've been in the market, what you think you're successful with, what you think you need improvements on. And based on that first 5 to 10 minutes, really dictates where it goes. Trade reviews, mindset, perfecting your strategy, helping you identify your edge in the markets, maybe just tweaking your trade plans a little bit. Really, our goal in these one-on-ones, our goal is to figure out what the problem is. If you have a problem, in the market, what's the problem? What's the solution? And I would say we have 80% plus success in these one-on-ones of identifying what the problem is and finding a solution that you can leave the one-on-one and start working to identify and again work on getting that solution to your problem. So that's what most traders utilize it for. They come in with the expectations of, let's do some trade reviews. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. I'm going to pick your brain. I'm going to get to know you and who you are and the type of trader you are, and try and dig out some underlying problems that you're having. And my goal is to identify a solution to your problems and then point you in the right direction so you can start seeing success. Take J-Dub, for example. J-Dub was typing up here inside a chat. What was J-Dub saying? You helped me in my trading tremendously. And that was the discussion, right? Take a step back, focus on one stock, get to know options a little bit better. And then he picked the SPY, says, I'm not going to lie, I've taken some losers, but he's been making more winners. Just a couple of weeks ago, he posted up his first green week ever. His first green week ever, which was a few weeks after our one-on-one. And that one-on-one consisted of, what's a problem? Here's a solution. Point you in the right direction. 3 weeks later, we're seeing results. We're seeing success. And I had no idea that our one-on-one was going to go the way it went. No idea. But it went the way it went based on that initial 5 to 10 minute conversation. Yeah, so I don't come in and say, all right, this is what we're going to do today. No, because everybody's different. Everybody's different. Everybody's been trading for different lengths of time. Everybody has different personalities. Maybe you're a scalper. Maybe you're a swing trader. Maybe you hold for 2 hours. You like large float stocks. Maybe you trade options. Maybe you're trading pennies. Again, you are unique. I am unique. So I'm not going to come in with a set template. It's not going to work. We're on the fly, right? Everything's on the fly off the top of my head. But again, I'm able to identify, I would say with 80% plus certainty, 80% plus success, that we've been able to help members that join these one-on-ones identify what the problem is and find a solution to the problem. And within a few weeks, they're seeing results just from that one-on-one. So I do not come in with a template and a set structure because, again, that defeats the purpose of you're unique. Let's figure out what works for you and what you need to be doing to help you find success so you can make money. Are options better for a small account in this market? I'm going to be completely honest with you. Today is the type of day where you're trading options, you're probably getting beaten up a little bit. I don't know. For me anyway, today would be a day that is not a rewarding day for options, in my opinion. Small account, trading options, today would just be one of those, it feels like you're working hard for a couple bucks. Now, yesterday, oh yeah, yesterday, absolutely. You see triple-digit returns, Q-tip. You're trading options on the SPY and the Qs yesterday, you're absolutely crushing it. If you're trading options on the SPY and the Qs last Friday, you're absolutely crushing it. But if you're trying to trade options on the SPY and the Qs Monday and today, it may feel a little bit harder and a little bit more challenging than what it needs to be. It's very choppy. It's a little all over the place. There's no real sense of direction. But to answer your question generally, yeah, options are better for a small account in general, right? Not just the market we're in. In general, options are much better for a small account. Your money settles overnight. You can see triple-digit returns on little price moves of the stock itself. I mean, there's definitely a lot of benefits when it comes to options and when it comes to small accounts. My last one-on-one, Josh broke down my frustrations, gave me a game plan, and set goals. So far, it has worked out for me. That's awesome stuff. I love it. The biggest thing I'm having trouble with lately is getting the confidence to pull the trigger in this market. The trades that look good end up going bad. The trades that look like they would have been bad end up turning out good. Hunter, Trading Hunter, that's exactly how I feel. That's exactly what I think. And that's exactly what some other traders are telling me as well. I connect with a lot of traders that have been doing this for 10, 15 years, different types of markets, etc. And a lot of the traders that I've been speaking to lately that trade penny stocks primarily, they're feeling the same way. There's a little bit more hesitation. There's a little bit more less aggression in this market. So, sorry, my phone was ringing over there. I was like, that was weird. I was like, what's that vibration? Trading Hunter, number one, it's normal to feel that way, right? It's normal to have that hesitation, be hesitant, to feel a lack of confidence, right? The market is consistently not following through. Good setup, no follow through. Bad setup, it works. You have every right to feel less confident. I'm less confident in this market. Okay, I overthink some of these trades just a little bit more. I have been more hesitant in this market. It is normal. It's common. And so when you feel the lack of confidence, it's not the lack of confidence in yourself, Hunter. You're not lacking confidence in your ability to trade. You're lacking your confidence in the market to actually follow through. So you got to make sure that you understand the difference. Are you lacking confidence in your ability to be successful? Or are you lacking confidence in the market? I'm lacking confidence in the market. I'm not lacking confidence in my skill set and my ability to be great. I'm lacking confidence in the market. That's common. That happens. That's a part of the game. But if you're lacking confidence in yourself, now we need to do some deep diving. We need to self-reflect a little bit. Look internally. Why are we lacking confidence in ourselves? But if we're lacking confidence in the market, then that's a different story. And right now, I'm lacking confidence with the market as well. I'm confident in my ability, but I'm not confident in the market to actually want to put on those trades. So what should I be doing? Probably not trading, which is hard for me. I'm not going to lie. Why do I tell you guys to walk away and disconnect all the time? Because that's what I wish I could do. That's what I used to do as a trader. Right now, team, I would not be in the market. I would be down by the pool, chillaxing, drinking a smoothie, whatever, maybe grilling out. I'm in the market because I'm here to work with you guys. You know what the beautiful thing about you is? You can walk away. You don't have to be here. You can get up and walk away. I can't. 3 years ago, I'm walking away, right? Literally 3 years ago, I come into the market like today. Yeah, I'm out. I'm not even here for the market open. I'm literally out in pre-market. Like today's not my day. Maybe I look periodically on my phone. Like I'll look at charts on my phone. And if I see their stocks ripping, I'm like, okay, come back to the office. But if I come in pre-market and there's nothing happening like today, and it was like, man, this sucks. I'm not staying. I'm leaving. Why am I not staying? Because I love trading stocks. So if I'm in front of a chart, I may see something, I may take it, taking a necessary loss. I would be out of the market. You can leave. You don't have to be here. So get out of the office. Get away from the stock charts. You don't have to trade today. That's one of my biggest challenges to this day, is being here in the market with you guys and still removing the temptation to trade because I see a setup, I want to take it. Right? That's how much I love trading. I see a setup, I want to take it, but the market sucks. I would not be here in this market. By the pool, every 30 minutes, maybe scanning through some of these top gainers, seeing if there's anything that looks appealing, and if so, hey, I'll go back to the office. Maybe there's a good opportunity. But it's okay to feel not confident with this current market, because this current market has been very, very challenging. So going to wipe the slate clean and figure out a new strategy for this type of market. So One thing I want to point out is yes, definitely adapt. If that means having a set of strategies that work well in crappy markets, have a set list of strategies that work good in this particular market, but do not replace your strategies. That's the biggest issue that traders have, is they have a couple of weeks where their strategy's not working. They go back to the drawing board, they erase everything, and they start over. No! Your strategy's probably fine. It's the market that the strategy's not working in. So don't wipe the slate clean, add to it. You have strategies that have been proven to work. Keep those. Link them to the type of market that they work in. Right? You're in a new market, you need new strategies for this particular market. So find the strategies that work for this particular market. You have strategies, link them to the type of market. You have some strategies, link them to the type of market that you're in. But do not wipe the slate clean and start fresh, because those strategies may work in the right type of market. And that's what I did as a new trader. I'd have a strategy, a couple strategies that worked great consistently. Then they stopped working and I completely stopped trading them and I went right back to the drawing board. No. Keep a hold of those strategies that work. Just understand when and where to pull them out. When and where. The type of market that you're in is going to be the type of market that you can pull those particular strategies out in. So definitely do not wipe the slate clean, Hunter. Don't get brand new strategies and lose sight of the ones that you've already perfected that have been proven to work. Again, the market's always changing. So next week, what if you come back and you're like, man, those strategies that I'm no longer implementing would actually be working in this market. The new strategies that I was working on that would have worked last week are not working in this market. And you're like back and forth, back and forth. No, be a chameleon, adapt. All right, what's the market today? The market today is neutral. So let's pull out the strategies that work in a neutral market. What's the market like today? It's freaking hot. All right, what strategies work well for me in a hot market? That's what you need to do. So I don't understand, if a stock is good enough to buy or sell, why would you scale in or scale out? So if a stock is good enough to buy or sell, why would you scale in or scale out? Because you don't know what's going to happen in the next second, Lambo guy, right? At this point in time, right now in the moment, this stock looks phenomenal. This stock looks amazing. But there are always going to be those unforeseen variables. Something can change in the split of a second that makes you go from, I love this setup, to I hate this setup. So why would you want to scale in? Maybe you want to scale in because what if it dumps? What if it comes crashing right back down the very next second that you got in? It's a killer A+ setup. You're in 100% and then it dumps and you're like, oh my gosh, I took a big loss. So maybe you're the type of trader that wants to get your feet wet. You want to scale in. It looks great. This setup is fantastic, but there is that potential unforeseen variable. This stock could dump on me. I don't know. I think it's gonna rip, but it could dump. That's those unforeseen variables in the market. So scaling in allows you to position yourself correctly. That's all that you're doing, is putting yourself in a better position. You're positioning yourself correctly to, again, mitigate the risks, to mitigate those unforeseen variables. So if a stock is good enough to buy or sell, why would you want to scale in? Because maybe it allows you to mitigate your risk a little bit better. Instead of going in 100% on every trade, maybe you scale in with 25% increments. Because if you get in at 25% and it dumps, well, you've lessened your risk. You were only in 25%, not 100%. But if you jumped all in 100% and it dumps, you're taking a 100% loss. But if you jump in with 25% of your desired position and then it dumps, you're only taking a 25% loss on what you were okay with losing in the beginning. So that's why, traders and investors, recommend scaling in, right? Is scaling in because you just don't know what's going to happen next, and then scaling out, right? Scaling out because that stock could continue to exceed your expectations. You don't know where that stock's going. You don't know exactly where the top is. You don't know exactly the perfect place to get out. So by scaling out, that actually allows you to continue to make money if the stock is going to exceed your expectations. So if you're talking, right, if you're talking investments, because now it seems like you may be talking investments, either the stock is good enough to own or it isn't. So if we're talking investments, right, if you want to own Amazon, I still recommend scaling in and trimming, right? Scaling in, scaling out, even in these long-term investments. That's called dollar cost averaging in, and then trimming along the way up. And again, it's personal preference, Lambo guy. It really is personal preference. There are some that say don't scale in, don't scale out. It's all in, all out, all in, all out. That's your preference, right? That's your preference. What works for you, right? Like me, I don't like scaling in. I like scaling out, but I don't like scaling in. I'm usually convicted and confident that, boom, this is where I want to be in at. I get all in. And if it pops on up, I'll take half. And if it continues to rip, I'll scale out, scale out, scale out to make more money than just getting all out. But I don't like scaling in. It's a personal preference. So it really comes down to what works for you. There's some traders that scale in 25% increments and they get all out. There's some traders that get all in, that get all out. It really just depends on what works best for you, but there's no right or wrong, right? There's no right or wrong on scaling in, scaling out, all in, all out. It's really what works best for you at the end of the day. I personally like going all in and then scaling out of my positions. And the one thing that I want to point out is if you can learn to trade in this market, imagine the market turning around and, reviving itself, returning to normal. If you can learn to trade in this market and make just a couple bucks, if you can break even in this market, imagine when the market turns around for the better and it, again, returns to normal and it's healthy. It's going to be a cakewalk. You're literally going to be locking in profits and like, man, this is easy. This is easy. We have to get through the tough times. There are, it's like the weather. It's like seasons, right? The market will have its seasons. You will have April showers, right? Where it's just raining and it's nasty outside and no one wants to go out and play. That's what we're in right now. It's snowing outside. It's raining. It's gloomy. It's gray. It's nasty. The sun's not out. No one wants to go outside and play, right? You're just sitting in the couch. You're sitting in the house on the couch, just bored, right? That's the market. No one wants to come out to play. It's raining. It's snowing. There's a monsoon. There's a hurricane outside. I don't know. But then you have summertime, right? Summer. It's sunny. It's beautiful. The pools are open. Kids are out of school. You want to go out, have a good time, go to the pool, swim a little bit, grill out with your friends and family. It is just such fun. Everybody's out having a good time. That's the summertime in the market, right? Those are those market conditions when they're hot, when you see 300, 400, 500% rippers and runners. Everybody's out to play. The market's a little bit easier to trade. Market's definitely more rewarding. But the market's like the weather. It's like the seasons. You have, hot, cold, rainy, snowy. It really just depends. And right now, this is just a very cold, dry, rainy market season. No one's coming out to play. And that's why the market's boring. That's why the market's slow. And we just have to get through these slow times as traders. We just have to get through the slow times. You seriously, team, you can't expect to trade every single day. If you come in with the expectations of, I have to trade the day, you're not a trader, you're a gambler. If you come in with the expectations and the mindset of, if there's an opportunity today, I'll take advantage of it. If there's a great setup today, I'll take it. But if I don't see anything, I don't have to trade. I'd rather go sit down by the pool. But only if there's opportunities. That's when I put on a trade. If you come in with that attitude and that mindset, you're okay. But if you come in with the attitude and the mindset of, oh, I have to trade today, I have to trade, you're already setting yourself up for failure. Come in with the attitude and the mindset of, I wonder if there's going to be opportunity today. If it's a slow day and it's really challenging, it's just not a day for me to be in the market, right? But if it's really hot and it's on fire and there's opportunity, well, you know what? Let's identify those opportunities and let's take advantage of those opportunities to make that money, to make those profits. So again, it really just depends. This is a market that you can't be in all day. This is honestly a market that I told you guys this morning at 8:30, 9 o'clock. If it was just me trading by myself, I would not be in the market today. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. So why did I put on trades? Because the more I look at these stocks, the more I see something and I'm like, that's a pretty good trade. Let me take it. It's hard for me to remove the urge to not trade good setups. It's not like I'm just here trading really random setups. The setups were good, but the market's not following through. I know that, but yet in the moment I lose sight of that and I put on that trade and then I see the market not follow through and it is what it is. If it were me, I'd be out. I'd be gone. What I may start doing is just shutting down my freaking broker. Out of sight, out of mind. That may be a solution. Wow. I just answered my own question. I just found a solution to my issue. I can't leave. You're right. I got to be here. I'll close my broker down. I'll close it down. Out of sight, out of mind. That solves the problem. Wow. Just like that. Figured it out. That's a good solution. I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to shut down my broker. If you don't see my broker open one day, like, Josh, you're not trading? Nope, I don't like the market. So how is it when the market's nice from your experience? What do you mean, George? What do you mean? Like, how is it in the market? What do you mean, George? How is it when the market's nice from your experience? Oh, dude, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. It's like you take a trade, you make some money, and you're like, all right, cool. And then you see another opportunity. It's like, oh, there's another one. And there's another one. There's another one. There's another one. And then power hour, boom, opportunity here, opportunity there. Yeah, absolutely. There's more opportunity throughout the day. Now you get like, what, a 30-minute window of opportunity in this market? And the opportunity is not even the best opportunity. It's sketchy opportunity. That's how I classify it. It's sketchy, average opportunity. And you got like maybe a 30-minute window, maybe an hour throughout the day of like some really good opportunity, right? Some, just, I guess, decent. But yeah, when the market's, hot, when the market's, a little bit more warmed up, yeah, you got opportunity left and right. You got stocks hitting the high day momentum scanner, stocks, getting halted, breakout scanners, but it's not consistent. When you're in a healthy market, you see that consistency every single day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It's just like every day there's an opportunity. But what I've been noticing, it's like once a week, there's like a couple good opportunities. Once or twice a week, there's like maybe one or two good opportunities, but that's it. That's it. For the most part, a lot of these opportunities are just kind of sketchy. They're just average opportunities. So and that's one thing that I'm going to start doing. I think that's really going to help me, right? Because I know I can't walk away. And no, I don't want to walk away. I want to be here with you guys, but I want to remove the temptation of trading that setup that I think is a good setup, that I know is a good setup. But I know that the market is kind of bland and blah, and there's no follow through. So what should I be doing? I should just not be trading. I should be getting out of the house. That's what I would normally do. What I recommend you do. What I'm going to start doing is if you see that broker getting shut down at any point in time, understand that the reason that broker's getting shut down is because that would be a day that I would actually leave the market and not participate whatsoever. Again, out of sight, out of mind. Jack is asking, how do you check where halt levels take place? So if you have a good broker with a good level 2, you will see something called LULD, right? So where you see like NASDAQ, BATS, ARCA, EDGX, New York Stock Exchange, right? The exchange, the market maker. You will see something called LULD. That's limit up, limit down. That would be the price in which the stock would get halted. So again, team, to recap, okay? There's no excuses being made here. We show up every day. We do what we're supposed to do. We're disciplined. We stay consistent. We identify A+ opportunities. We make those trades. We make it happen. Yes, the market has been what some would call SHITTY. It's been really crappy. It's been crummy. The reason it's been crappy and crummy is the lack of follow-through and the lack of consistency and the lack of opportunity. Has there been opportunity? Yes. But has there been consistent opportunity? No. Has there been follow-through? Yes. Has there been consistent follow-through? No. We want to see the tables turn. We want there to be consistent opportunity, consistent follow-through. 80-20. Right now, it's 20-80. And that creates hesitation. That creates a lack of confidence. You start second guessing. You start doubting. Listen, team, don't second guess. Don't doubt yourself. Do not lose that confidence that you have built, that you have. Okay, it's the market. It really is. The market is not the type of market that I thrive in anyway. Maybe it's not the type of market you thrive in. Maybe you do thrive in this market. Maybe you do. And if you do, that's awesome, because I can't and I don't. But if you do, that is amazing. But if this is the type of market that you don't thrive in and you find to be more challenging than anything, don't trade it. You come in, you'll know if it's a good market or not. You'll understand, yeah, good, healthy market. I like what I'm seeing here. Or, yeah, I'm not really digging anything right now. If you're like, yeah, I'm not really digging anything right now, shut down your broker, study, read a book, go enjoy life, get into that video lessons library, do something productive. If you come in, you're like, yeah, this is my type of market, let's make it happen. But do not beat yourself up. Don't get down on yourself. Do not think just because the market lacks opportunity that you are not trading good or you're a bad trader. If you're out here revenge trading, if you're out here mirror trading, if you're out here being aggressive when you know you shouldn't be, if you're out here trading when you know you shouldn't be, then yes, that's a different topic. But if you're coming in and you're like, you know what? The market kind of stinks. It's crummy. I don't really want to trade aggressively, but if there's opportunity, I want to have a little bit of skin in the game, so let me scale back and reduce my risk. And you've had a good approach, a well thought out approach, but you're still just taking a couple paper cuts here and there. Don't let that beat you up. Do not let that put you down and remove your confidence, right? The market will go through these slow times. The market some days will just not provide you with the opportunity that you do good with. And if you come in and realize that that's the day, then don't trade. Tomorrow could be a day full of great opportunities. Friday could be a day full of great opportunities. July, we could see supernovas left and right. July, you could hit your monthly goal times 3 because the market's that hot. How many times have you exceeded your weekly goal or your monthly goal? I've done it before several times. There have been several times the market was on fire for a month, and I made 3 times my monthly goal in 1 month because the market was so hot. There was opportunity left and right, and I made 3 times what I would normally make on any given month, 3 times my monthly goal. That right there makes up 2 months of the year. That 1 month literally just paid for 3 months, if you think about it that way. 1 month of hot market conditions gives you a great 3-month average. You don't need to trade every single day, every single month, every single, I said month first besides week. Every day, every week, every month. You don't have to. You come in and trade when you find the opportunity. When it's there, when the market's saying, yes, this is your day. The market's saying, yeah, no, it's challenging. Walk away. Because if you don't walk away, you're just digging yourself a hole. And the deeper the hole is, the harder it is to get out. So when you have those profitable days and profitable months, all you're doing is digging yourself out of a hole. How about you just don't dig yourself a hole in the first place? But if you're like, but Josh, I want to participate in this market. I want to learn this market. I want to see if I have a skill set that works. Paper trade. Take like 10 shares, 100 shares, right? Really reduce your size. Like really reduce your size. Still have some skin in the game. Still practice. Still learn. But if you're like, yeah, today's not a day for me to take this like serious because the market's just not the way I need it to be successful, then make that decision in the moment to not trade. Maybe you paper trade, scale back your size. Make that decision in the moment. But again, team, the market has been rough. The market has been challenging. It is what it is. We can't do anything about it. All we can do is adapt. What do we need to be doing? Right? Understanding this market more and more and more every single day. Identifying, is there any other opportunities out there? There's great longer term opportunities right now. You got great companies down 30, 40, 50%. Right? What do we also notice? That there's a lot of rug pulls. Maybe we start shorting the rug pulls a little bit more. Right? 80% of the time an A+ setup fails. Well, maybe we start shorting these really high quality A+ setups because we know the market is not healthy, there's no follow through, and things seem to dump. So instead of justifying this next trade and being a guinea pig on this next trade, why not just say, you know what? 80% of the time, the setups don't follow through. So why would I take that trade knowing that 80% of the time there's no follow through? So you had to make a decision. Okay, I'm not going to take the trade, or I'm going to short this setup, or just watch it. So again, team, it's okay. Market's slow, market's choppy, market's challenging right now. This is a part of the career. This is a part of the job. This is a part of day trading. This is a part of being in the market. You can't expect every single day to be hot on fire and there to be opportunity. Some days it's just going to be slow. Some days it's just going to be boring. Some days it's just going to be downright hard and downright challenging. Those are the days that you do not participate. Dive into the video lessons library. Study up. Ask me questions. Book your one-on-one. Go to the pool. Go run some errands. Do something productive. Because guess what? The market will be here tomorrow. What may not be here tomorrow? Your account. You may blow it up in this crappy market, and then the market's on fire tomorrow, and you could double it. Just take a step back. If you're not confident in the market, you don't have to trade. It's okay. Sometimes the best trade is no trade. Always remember capital preservation, team. All right? So fingers crossed that the market heats back up and warms back up later today. If not, we have tomorrow. If not, we have Friday. If not, we have next week, and then the week after that. And then we have next month and the month after that. The market will always be here. Let's make sure our accounts are here as well. And if we're not finding the opportunity that we need that makes us money, let's go ahead and just sit back on our hands, be a sideline trader for the day, at least not put ourselves in a position to dig a hole. And we're just waiting this out, weathering the storm. So when the market does return to normal, we have our accounts, we're ready to go, we're confident, we haven't dug ourselves a big hole, and we're ready to add those profits to the bottom line. And I'm excited to see what we have in store for July. I'm really excited for July. I'm ready for June to be done and over with. Again, fresh day coming on up for the start of the month. Clean slate, everything behind me. I'm excited to see what we have in store for July and the rest of the year. And it will be very exciting, guys. We have a lot of big things planned. So enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll see you back here at 2:30 as we kick off some power hour trading. Be smart and trade safe, ladies and gentlemen. Let's end it the way we always end it. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! Have a wonderful lunch, team. Again, be smart, be safe. If you have any questions, let me know. Until then, just take it easy, guys. Just chill out. Take it easy. Make sure that you're putting yourself in the right mindset for this afternoon. And let's see if we have any opportunity to take advantage of. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you guys back here right around 2:30.
loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What's up and what's going on? And welcome back to Power Hour Commentary. It is 2:35 in the markets, and from what I can see is there's not too much going on at this point in time. Looking at the SPY, we are flat on the day. Looking at the Qs, up 0.1%. Looking across the board, everything is pretty much in the red. You have Pfizer slightly green. You have CrowdSpace, Lowe's, Apple, Microsoft, Home Depot, and Goldman Sachs slightly in the green. Everything else is break even, flat, or in the red. Small cap penny stocks, very, very slow today. Very slow, very steady, not tons of opportunity, teams. So, with that being said, if there's nothing here in the market, we will open up the floor for a nice little Q&A session, dropping those value bombs, getting you guys educated like always. But if not, we will save Power Hour Commentary for tomorrow. It's the end of the month. We can spend some time to get prepared for the start of July. And maybe, just maybe, there's better opportunity tomorrow in Power Hour where we can use this time for that. But right now, let's go ahead and take a look and see what we have going on in the market and see if there is any opportunity, guys. So again, we're looking at DBTX. DBTX is currently up 38% on the day. Just not tons of volume right now at this point in time. AKUS is giving a lot back here, back down to $5. That would have been a fantastic short if I would have just pulled the trigger, but hey, it is what it is. That was a good short. Definitely got out a little too soon there, but in this market, I'm willing to take some profits. But AXSM was a really nice short there off those highs for the crack at the trend line. Obviously, taking profits too soon. Looking at this thing come all the way back down to 36. Not too shabby. Would have never held it that far anyway. Never would have held it that long anyway. But again, we can see CBIO is flat. ALNA rolling on over. Nothing really happening there. You got TRVI trying to squeeze here between that 9 EMA and the VWAP. But one thing I want to point out is across the board, right? Across the board, do you have anything setting up to the long side? I mean, look at the markets. ALNA, is this setting up to the long side? No. Number 2 on the leaderboard is COMS. COMS. You know, is this setting up to the long side? I wouldn't say it's setting up to the long side. It's moving on up. Very choppy, though. Spiking up to 32 cents, back down to 25, back up to 33, back down to 20. Yes, I mean, you don't really see a lot of consistency with, like, COMS. REVB at this point in time is trying to get a little bit of action here towards the end. So we'll keep that one on watch. ZS, fading and falling. DBTX at this point in time, not doing a lot. HTGM at this point in time, not doing a lot. ATXI at this point in time, not doing a lot. So, looking across the board, 80% of our small caps are all fading and falling. Nothing is actually setting up. Nothing is actually moving to the upside. Everything is having a pretty bad red day across the board. So, I don't care how good that 9 EMA VWAP squeeze looks. I don't care how tempting it is. I'm staying away. I am staying away. Another Steve, Josh, I need to get with you for my one-on-one. I have a big decision to make. Yeah, so just scroll up to the top of the chat room page. Scanners and more. You will see one-on-one session. Go ahead and book that one-on-one at a time in the day that works best for you. And I know I keep looking off to the right. You're like, who are you looking at right now, Josh? I moved my webcam in front of me. It's never been here, ever. It's always right here. So I have a tendency to look here like I'm talking to you guys. And I keep forgetting it's right in front of me. I don't have to keep turning my head. It's weird. So yes, scroll up to the top of the page. Click on one-on-one sessions. It's underneath the Scanners and More tab. And you'll be able to go ahead and book that one-on-one at your own time, whatever day and time works best for you, Steve. I just got to remember, you guys are in front of me now. You're right here. I just have to look down. Not to the left, not to the right. I'll probably move it back to where it was, though. It's weird. I don't like it. So again, that's my explanation for not trading TRVI here. If anything, I'd short it. I'm still in that good looking setup. I'll short the stock because it probably is going to dump on off versus really rip on up. That's just kind of, I guess, the sentiment in the market is, weakness, attempts, no follow throughs, fading and falling across the board. So we'll see. TRVI coming on up. Maybe if we start cracking below that 90 EMA, rejecting off the VWAP, maybe we can look for a short on TRVI. COMS, we will watch this one coming into the end of the day as well. And then REVB. Take a peek at REVB and see if this stock gets any action. Yeah, absolutely. And again, if you just go up to scanners and more and click on one-on-one sessions, it'll open you up a little page here. And again, if you're a yearly member, then all you have to do is just simply scroll on down and choose the day that works for you. If not, it'll give you instructions on how to go ahead and get that book. But again, yearly member, it'll recognize you in the system, and you'll see some open days and times, and you'll be all set, ready to rock and roll. Green screen's a little fuzzy today. I was just looking at it. It looks a little odd. Weird. Spy Q's giving up that little previous run. The chop today is awful. It is awful today, guys. It really is. I was kind of scanning through over the last 30 minutes, and I didn't see anything that really stood out to me. Anything that really captivates me and pulls me in. We don't see anything happen in the next probably 15 minutes, guys. We'll just end our Wednesday. Again, that gives you guys a great opportunity to dive in the video lessons library, study up. You guys have the next 15 minutes to ask any questions you have, to get that response, to get that help, to get that education. But again, I do not want to sit here in the market and justify trading when there's no opportunities. I'd rather you guys take this time to review your day, review your month, get prepared for July, dive in that video lessons library, stay productive. All right, team? So we'll give it a chance. We'll see if anything's coming on up. But if not, we'll go ahead and save this time that we have for tomorrow, especially if tomorrow's a better day in the market with more opportunity. So again, REVB spiking up towards around 79 cents, back down at 68. COMS ripping from around 16 cents up to 32, but since then, not too much. You have TRVI squeezing here off that 9 EMA VWAP squeeze. TRVI. You'll be just fine if if all you trade is the SPY and the Qs. You will be. You will be. You will be just fine if you trade SPY and the Qs. You'll be just fine. You'll be at the pool today, at the beach, doing absolutely nothing. Why? because you made a crap ton of money yesterday, right? You took this for 10 points. You had triple digit returns. You come into the market today. You realize it's choppy. You say, hey, I made so much money yesterday. I'm going to go enjoy my day at the beach down by the pool because the market's choppy and it sucks. This is the beauty of being a stock trader entrepreneur is I get to set my own rules and my own times. You come back in tomorrow, you see another day like yesterday, boom, you make your money. So yeah, I still back that up. I'm still confident in that statement that yes, if all you're doing is trading the SPY and the Qs, you would do just fine. Especially when the market is extremely volatile like this and we see 10-point swings up and down. I love it though. I love it. You're like, yeah, right, Josh. The market's so choppy today. Right, today's one of those days, buddy. No, today's one of those days you definitely don't want to be in the market at all. Today's one of those days that you want to be outside enjoying that beautiful weather if you have it and getting prepared and getting ready to go for tomorrow. All right, team. So we will just look at COMS. COMS for the next few moments and see if we're going to get a nice push here. Maybe off 25 cents back up over 30. I mean, I don't know. Maybe something. But still, I mean, what? 30,000 share position just to make anything? The commissions and fees on that alone would be, yeah, you'd have to get a nice little 5-10 cent pop out of it. How's Roblox doing? Anything with RBLX? That was a decent short for the crack of the trend line here this morning. NIO, same thing. A little bit of a crack, nothing crazy. SPY and the Qs, sideways. Yeah, team. I mean, do you guys see anything right now? If you see something, please let me know. I mean, you do have TRVI trying to break 267. But it's not really appealing by any means. It's not exciting. Doesn't really pull you into it and really make you, again, excited. There's not too much happening. Jack says, I might just transfer my money to my MGM account and bet on the fights this weekend. At least there'll be some action. Valid, true statement. I love it. Mr. G, NRSN. Nothing there at this point in time. Mr. G, massive dump. Consolidating. If you're looking for a short, absolutely. You could look for a short here on NRSN. Again, massive drop. Consolidating on up. It's meeting some of that criteria to be a bear flag, right? A bear flag is a massive leg down. Nice big drop. We saw the nice big drop. Now it's consolidating sideways, slightly up. It could crack and move lower for sure, but the thing is there's just no volume on NRSN. So with that being said, I don't see anything besides a short at this point in time on NRSN. BHAT? Yeah, I don't see anything with BHAT right now. Right? Really across the board, I don't see anything. Okay? The more I start looking at these stocks and we see little movements, the more I think traders start justifying why it could be a good trade, when in reality, it's slow. In reality, there's no opportunity. So instead of looking at all of these stocks that are moving a little bit here and a little bit there, trying to justify a reason to enter, why even put yourself in a position to take an unnecessary loss when the opportunity simply is not there? We don't really have great setups. We don't have great volume. We don't have great movements. If we don't have good setups and volume and movement, it'd be really, really hard and a challenge to make money in the market. I'd rather sit back on days like today, preserve my capital, be able to deploy that capital when the opportunity presents itself and it's time to strike. Right now, it's time to sit back and wait. AERC. You know, it's definitely scalpable. You saw some nice little pops and stuff like that. You know, definitely choppy, which you can see. Definitely choppy. Definitely not a lot of volume. Scalpable? Yes. Really good setups, clean setups? No. If you've been looking at the stock all day, you know how it moves, you're familiar with it, continue to scalp it. But when I look at it at first glance, all I see is chop. I see a lot of chop. So, it's just, again, across the board, it's same. It's just not a lot of opportunity. You get some quick moves, and then no follow-through. Some quick moves, now we're struggling. Some quick moves, and now we're struggling, not able to continue to hold on up and continue to follow through. Today is one of the worst days we've seen in a very long time. Today is one of the worst days that we've seen as far as action in the market. So what's up with BRCC? It's been moving all day. Indeed it has. And it just started picking up volume right at 13.15. 13.15. The price was at 890. 860. 860. Now, that would make some sense from a technical perspective, but let's see. We have Friday, May 13th was the last press release. Only 6% of the float currently short. So the only thing that I can see without having to feel like I'm justifying, recent all-time low, number one. So this is a recent all-time low here at 662 on BRCC. The very next day, you have a bounce. So what we see here is traders looking at this for a possible dead cat bounce opportunity. 662, all-time low. Slight gap up the next morning. Nice little green day. Today is a continuation day off the dead cat bounce. So that's what I see. It already had some focus off the dead cat bounce yesterday, and we saw a follow-through today. Why are we trading? How much volume? 3.8 million shares. That's pretty decent volume on BRCC. Well, what I see is most of the volume started to move in this stock when we were over 875 in price. So if we look at it, 9,000 shares, 5,000 shares, 6, 8, 10, 7, 12, 30, right? We don't have any volume. When did the volume really start to pick on up here today, right? Volume was at 25, 13,000, 23,000, 141, 312. Wow, we started to really pick up. As the price was pushing above 875, that's when volume starts moving in. What's significant about 875? Well, prior support, prior resistance, right around that 20 EMA as well, and 875 is a psychological level for stocks. So no surprise that volume moved in over 875, and why there is still volume here now that it's probably hitting some scanners. The high of the day momentum scanner, the breakout scanner, high relative volume scanners, if people have those. It's above the 20 EMA scanner. It broke 875 scanner, whatever the case is. Now it has some attention. Now it has some focus based on where that volume moved in. So it makes sense from a technical perspective as to why the stock is moving today, being there's no news. It all started with that 52-week low. You get that confirmation dead cat bounce. Today just happens to have a little bit of momentum. Probably starts hitting a lot of scanners at some point today when it's breaking over some of those key technical levels. More volume moves in. Now it has focus, and now it's something that could be in play for the rest of the day. Check out the calls for 7-1. What are we looking at? Check out the calls for July 1st. As far as like taking a call, I mean, the spreads, number one, are horrendous. Number one, when I look at calls on July 1st, the first thing I notice are these spreads are well over 100%, 200% spread, 300% spread. It's a very big spread. So that's the first thing that I notice when looking at the options chain. The calls is a very, very large spread. So we will watch BRCC end of the day coming on up. Maybe there's some action. BRCC is shortable, so maybe we have a short opportunity there. And watching DBTX, this stock is shortable as well. Just looking to see if we ever, set up or if there's ever an opportunity here for a trade. But again, at this point, I just feel like it's a lot of forcing. It's a lot of justifying why a trade should be taken when there is simply nothing happening. So I'm going to give you guys one opportunity. I give you guys tons of opportunities throughout the day. I'm going to give you one final opportunity. All right, we're going to take a quick couple of minutes, guys. That's it, just to give you an opportunity to type up a question. I come back, we have some questions, we dive into those, drop those value bombs, do what we do every single day. If there are no questions, I want you guys to use this as an opportunity to start reviewing your month. Start understanding what happened this month, where your successes were, where your failures were, what you think you could be doing consistent again next month from those successes you identified this month. And again, identify those failures. Where did you mess up? What problems did you face? What can you do differently next month to see better results this month? You should be taking that time to review your month. Take some time to review your quarter and the prior 6 months as well to make sure that you are prepared, you're positioning yourselves correctly. So regardless of what happened the last 6 months, you can still hit your goals and achieve what you're trying to achieve in the final 6 months of the year. Want to make sure that you guys are spending your time wisely, always staying productive, and focusing on things that are important to focus on. There's over 100 lessons in the video lessons library. So if you want to study up and you want to get educated, there are 100 plus lessons in the video lessons library. But one thing we don't talk enough about is recapping your month to get prepared for next month. I want to make sure you guys are doing that, and this is a great time to do that when the market is this slow, all right? And I'm always here to help you guys out as well. So let's go ahead and take a quick 2 minutes, come back, review, see if there's anything happening, 2-3 minutes. See if you guys have any questions. If not, we'll go ahead and save the next hour for tomorrow, especially if we have opportunity to end the month. I'll see you guys back here in a couple of minutes. What's up? We back. We are back. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything. Jeez, you guys went away with questions. Fantastic. Got some SPY puts. Very cool. Crypto hedge fund. 3 Arrows Capital plunges into liquidation as market crash takes toll. A slump in cryptocurrency prices, which has seen billions of dollars wiped off the market, has exposed a liquidity crisis at 3 Arrows Capital. Crypto dominions are starting to tumble a bit. Yep. Absolutely. So a lot of the exchange thing too is some of these exchanges are having some issues. So you really just got to secure your stuff, get it off the exchanges, or make sure it's in a legitimate, more or less credible exchange at the end of the day. So, but yeah, protect Joe Crypto if you have any. Of course, my winner got clipped. On a cash account, I can buy one stock 4 times and sell it later 4 different times. That is correct. There is no PDT requirement on a cash account. As long as you have settled cash, you can do whatever your heart desires. You can scale in 20 times. You could scale out 20 times. Completely up to you. Is there a lesson on placing stops on TD Ameritrade? There is not, but we did discuss this the other day, and that's in a prior live stream. But what I can do is show you how to place stops in TD. Very, very simple, and we can definitely talk about that. So how to execute, right click. All right, so let's say you're long DBTX. Let's say you have 1,000 shares right now on DBTX, and you want to put a stop loss at 340, okay? Literally, just come up here to the 340, right click 340. It's going to give you this pop-up. Going to go all the way down here. You can just click sell. You can go sell custom with the stop. Just go click sell. Going to pop this up. Now, you can just go ahead and sell if you want, but then you'd have to click edit to actually edit the order type. So it makes more sense to go ahead and go 340. Come down here to sell custom with stop. Okay. If your advanced order says first targets all down here at the bottom left, just go ahead and change that to single order. I think the reason why mine didn't pop up to single order is because I don't have it set up that way. I mean, I customized it. It's not default. But let's go ahead and walk you through that one more time. You have 1,000 shares of DBTX. You want to put a hard stop in the system at 340. Go to 340 on your chart. Right-click it. Come on down here to sell custom with stop. Now, if yours has a first targets all, if that's what it defaults, just click that little box, go to single order. If it's already at a single order, you're all set. So again, you have sell, 250 shares, for example, DBTX, and the order is what you need to change. So right now, this is a limit order at $3.40. Well, you don't want to do a limit order. You don't want to do a market order. You want to do a stop order, correct? So you got to go ahead and click stop. So sell 250 shares, stop at $3.40. Confirm and send. And that's it. So you can do that very quickly and very efficiently. There's something else that you can do too that's pretty cool. Let's say you have a green line, right? Let's say you have a price level, right? So that green line at 301, that's a price level. Let's say you also want that price level to be a stop loss. You can right click that price level. You can go sell custom with stop. Boom. Look at that. You can just go ahead and right click that price level and actually make that where your stop loss is. So what I used to do as a trader, as a new trader, is I would do this. And it was like super easy because I use TD Ameritrade. So I'd be in, right? Let's say I'm in and I've already have a plan built. So these are all my levels, right? Let's say this is what my chart looks like. This green line down here, we're going to make this red. So I'm like, all right, that's my stop loss. This solid green line up here, that's my target. So let's say this is, a plan I'm building, right? This green line in the middle, that's where I want to get long. This red line is going to be a stop loss. This green line is a take profit. Let's say I'm in right now. Let's say I'm in. What I could literally do is just say, okay, cool. Right click that, sell custom with stop, change that over, limit to stop loss, 340, confirm send, boom, stop in the system. Just like that. Took me what? 3 seconds. Go ahead and just right click that red line that was already there for my plan and make that an actual stop loss in the system. So that's what I think the easiest way is, just right-clicking on your chart at the price that you want to be selling at anyway and putting that hard stop in the system. So again, team, there's not too much happening. Yeah, the SPY was kind of pulling back there a little bit. The Qs, kind of still sitting sideways. Not too much there. Q-tip, absolutely, buddy. Absolutely. Glad I can't even talk. Jesus. Glad I was able to help. Ooh. Been a struggle the last couple of days for me. Really has. Lack of sleep is getting to me. You feel good the first couple of days on a few hours of sleep, but then it definitely catches up. My goodness. I've been stuttering over my words all freaking day. AEMD power hour mover on monkeypox. AEMD. Okay. CDC to issue update on monkeypox clinical diagnostic and treatment at 2 p.m. SIGA technology shares move higher. So let's look at SIGA as well. So you got AEMD. That's a new high. SIGA. Nice little pump up there, giving a lot back. So let's just focus on AEMD. CDC earlier activated Emergency Operations Center in response to the monkeypox. And now we do have AEMD getting some action. Breakout scanner, high the day momentum scanner. And we are right at a level of resistance. AEMD cannot borrow, so it's not shortable here. Hard to borrow there. Let's go look at AEMD. Nothing available to short. All right, so it's not shortable on AEMD. I'm definitely not looking to go long on it. The stock literally just went from 120 to 155. You haven't seen a pullback yet, so I'm definitely not willing to touch this here at these highs. It's going to pull back. It needs to pull back. So let's wait for it to actually pull back. Now, SIGA, it's already pulled back. So if it starts to find a floor of support and it starts to bottom out somewhere, let's see if we have any opportunity here. Trying to look at SIGA on a 1-minute time frame. Good luck. Definitely a 5-minute time frame is the way to go here with SIGA. Now we just sit back and wait. See if we get a nice little setup. See if we get a nice little opportunity. And then again, we're looking for that pullback on AEMD. So we do have SIGA and AEMD, top 2 stocks here into the day. All right, guys. So, yeah, just when you think there's action and opportunity in the market, you get a nice run up on AEMD. Now you just got to kind of sit back and wait for the next best opportunity to present itself. And right now, we could see this back down at 121. You know, right now, back down at 121 on AEMD. SIGA is more appealing. If anything's going to move, I would put my money on SIGA. So I would be looking at SIGA for a bigger and better bounce. I do need to take this. Give me 1 second, guys. Good thing the market's not hot. We are not really missing anything. Alrighty, thank you guys. Appreciate you very, very much. So, yes, what we have here, team, AEMD, moving on up due to monkeypox news. Nice big spike. That's great. That's fantastic. But what have we really not seen today in the market? Yesterday and the day before. Consistency. All right? The stock actually setting back up and making another move. You get one nice little rip on up. It sets up. It looks like it wants to move again. And then it fades. It fails. It falls. So I wouldn't really be banking on AEMD. If I was actually looking at one of these stocks, I would put my money on SIGA, but I'm not even banking on SIGA doing anything. It already made its move on up. Now it's fading on back down. And I would say 80 to 90% of these stocks that move on up, they just fade on back down. So I'm still leaning towards the side of there's no opportunity right now, no great opportunity. I think your time is better served in the video lessons library I think your time is better served recapping your month as we did come back, give you guys an opportunity to ask those questions and take a moment to help you guys out. And I would rather use this time and save it for Thursday, tomorrow, when we don't typically do power hour commentary. If the market's hot, guess what? Let's be here in the market and make it happen. All right, so final questions, comments, concerns, team. Let me know. Clearly, yes, Josh needs to get some sleep, so I will be going to bed early, waking up late tomorrow, so we can end this month on a strong and profitable note. But yeah, 5-6 days of 3 to 4 hour nights. It's finally catching up to me. Finally. only took a week and a half. So, questions, let me know. If not, guys, enjoy your evening. I think it's best to get out of the market. There is nothing happening, and get your butts in the video lessons library, traders, and study up. There are over 100 lessons in that video lessons library, so there's tons of good stuff. I think I did the math a couple months ago. We have over 70 hours. That's insane. 70 hours of lessons. So again, study up by accessing the video lessons library. Use your time wisely. Stay productive. If you ever have any questions, do not hesitate to reach out here inside the chat and let me know. If anybody was wondering how to book their one-on-one session, book your one-on-one session today if you haven't done so yet. And then lastly, ladies and gentlemen, if you were not here, what was it, Monday? Yeah, so on Monday, if you were not here, we had a survey, a little bit of an announcement, a little bit of a survey asking you guys for your help. Again, as you guys know, one of my main goals is that everyone who joins Alpha has the opportunity to earn their membership back. And this survey is basically allowing us to see who has made their membership back, and also to see what we're doing right and what we could actually be doing to make improvements here inside of chat. The survey is 100% anonymous. There's no way for me to know who answered or what answer you selected. It's simply a fantastic opportunity for you to help me get a better understanding of how I am doing with everything Alpha has to offer. So I'm going to go ahead and post that link once again. If you guys did not take that survey on Monday, please do us a huge favor. Take the next 30 seconds to 60 seconds. Go ahead and go answer that survey. And if you have a moment, leave us a detailed response. Well, again, the voting, 100% anonymous. The detailed response is anonymous as well. And we're just trying to see who's earned their membership back. We're also trying to see what you guys like about Alpha, and if there's any improvements that we need to make, what those improvements would be. So I greatly appreciate it, guys. I greatly appreciate it. And the answers are pretty easy, right? There's going to be a total of 4 options. You have a yes, a no, less than a month yes, less than a month no. So there's only going to be 4 options. And the question is, have you earned your membership price back with Alpha Day Trading? So if you've been here for at least a month, at least 30 calendar days or more, simply answer yes or no. If you've been here for less than a month, use the less than a month yes, less than a month no option. And then at the very bottom, it's a response section. So please take the time to let us know how we're doing, what we're doing right, and then things that you would like to see change as well. So click that link. Do appreciate you guys very, very much. So let's see if we have anything in the next couple of seconds with AEMD. So support's at 141. We can see here that we broke on out over 140, 141, hit the highs of 155, pulled back to that 140 to 144, retested, and right now this could be the higher low U shape that gets us going. I would take a stab at this. See if we can get something going. Nice rip up to 155, back down to 140 support, back up to high a day. If this is a higher low, you got a little short-term cup and handle, a little bit of that ascending triangle. Either way, a higher low here. Breaking on the third attempt, we could absolutely see a follow-through, but I guess the only problem here is resistance at 158, resistance at 161. But I mean, it could get all the way up to like 172 here, so I would consider giving it a go, keeping it really, really tight, not risking a whole lot, literally looking to get in and expect it to start breaking and squeezing another maybe, 10 cents or so. Could make a couple bucks here. So I'm willing to give it a go here. I like the idea behind it. I know I still don't like the follow through though. The one stock that I'm not going to pull the trigger on. The one stock that I'm getting ready to pull the trigger, and I said, you know what? No. Because I've been burned all day today. Getting in, it looking like it's going to go, and it not working, and knowing my luck. Well, you know what? That's some fun. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to go with it. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe, no, you know what? Let's just see. There's one stock here into the day. Trying to get that break over 155. It's usually the really crappy setups. It's usually the setups I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't take it. Nope. High day breakout in this market. Nope, I'm not taking it. And those are the setups that work. I'm going to trade against my gut right now. And it's not a huge size. It's like 2,000 shares. I'm going to trade against my gut and see what the outcome is. My gut's saying, yeah, Josh, you don't buy high day breakouts. The market sucks. Get out of here. I walk away, stock goes moon. Right? I'm going to just completely disregard what my gut's telling me to do with a small size and just see how it plays out. I'm just curious. So it's right at 155. I'd be really shocked if it actually breaks here. I'll be like, all right, I'm going to start trading against myself. That's how you win in the market. Trade against the logic. In this market, just trade against what makes sense. You make money. Nothing's even happened yet. So if it does break and starts ripping, I'd be really, really shocked. I'd be really, really shocked. I'm not even planning on this doing anything. I'm just trading against my gut. I'm probably going to get out of here because I don't want to be in this trade. So I'll let them see how this candle closes on out. I will see how this candle... I know, Ryan, right? That's what I was saying. I don't buy a high day. Ever. Especially in this market. Ever. It's one of those, like, decent setups. I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't take. But it's... Lately, what I've noticed is it's these, decent setups. I'm not taking it. High a day. No. Those are the ones that rip and run. Like the really good quality setups or the ones that dump and fade. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to try. I'm just going to have fun here with it. This is a setup I would normally not take. This is a trade I would normally stay really, really far away from, and I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. And there's a reason, because they typically dump and fade and fall. And I never take them for a reason. But lately, it's been really odd that lately, those setups, I'm like, yeah, no. Not me, not for... Those are the ones that are going 50%. I'm like, what? That makes no sense. The logic behind it is weird. So, yeah, at this point, I'm just done with my June, to be honest with you. June is a wrap. June's a wash. I'm chalking it up as break even. It is break even. I'm slightly green for the month, but it's nothing... It's not a lot. I'm chalking it up as a break even month. Now, if it was going to break, it would have broken like right here. That push on up, that quick U shape with that doji. If it was going to break, I would expected to see it kind of break right there. But what we do have is higher lows, flat resistance. We have the RSI kind of fading a little bit, volumes fading, everything like that. I knew not to jump into it. I even said I'm not jumping into it. And then I just said, you know what? 2 days left of the month. Let me just try. I'm curious. I'm curious. Let me just try the trade against my gut and see what happens. I'm curious of the outcome. Just do the complete opposite of what you find to be logical. That's what makes sense in the market. And now I'm just on a small size, just messing around, guys. But being honest with you and upfront with you that I'm not taking this trade seriously. That I lose a couple bucks. It is what it is. I'm done with this account here. And tomorrow's my last day on this account. Tomorrow is my last day before I move on. Leon, did you get out yet? I want in. Yeah, like honestly, I'm just going to put a stop under the VWAP and just walk away and come back in like 20 minutes and see what happened. So that's literally what I'm going to do. I'm going to go put a hard stop in under the VWAP and just walk away, come back, and either A, I'm out, or B, it's at $1.72. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, enjoy your Wednesday night. Yeah, the market stinks. Yeah, the market hasn't been fun whatsoever. So again, guys, if you're like, man, it's been a challenge. It's been a challenge, okay? It's not you. It's me. No, it's the market. It really is. The market's just very inconsistent lately. And we just got to get through the tough times and wait for the market to rebound and turn around for us. And that's when it's time to get aggressive. That's when it's time to make it happen when the opportunity's there. When the opportunity's not here, we sit back. And like I've said the last few weeks, I'm excited to see what we have for July, guys. I mean, complete game changer in July throughout the rest of this year. I'm personally stoked for it. I'm excited to see what we have in store. There's got to be a lot of big things, a lot of new changes, a lot of things in the right direction, and I'm super excited for it, and I just cannot wait for July to be here so we can make it happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the rest of your hump day. Have a wonderful night. I'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. We'll go ahead and get those after-hour scanners loaded up for you guys, and you guys will be all set, ready to rock and roll. Let's go ahead and load those after-hour scanners. And you are all set, team, ready to rock and ready to roll for after hours. Earnings tonight. I do not think we have any super anticipated earnings. Actually, I think we do. It's Wednesday, right? It is Wednesday. Who was earned? No, that was this morning. We had Bed Bath & Beyond, McCormick, and General Mills. Tonight we have nothing. It's tomorrow. Okay, it's Micron. All right, it's Micron tomorrow. All right, cool. So tonight, not a lot of earnings. Tonight, probably not a lot of opportunity in the market, but your scanners are here. You are all set, ready to rock and roll. And if you have any questions, do not hesitate to let me know inside of chat. Have a great night, traders. Recap that month. Get prepared for one final day of June. June being a pretty kind of just iffy month in the market overall. But again, hey, listen, the month is almost over. It's in the past. We move on to July. Hopefully the market heats back up for us, but if not, we're going to have some fun with it. We're going to make things happen, and I'm excited to get the ball rolling. So enjoy your night, traders, and I'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. And let's end it the way we always end it. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! Enjoy your nights. Once again, team, take care, and I'll see you back here tomorrow morning. See you guys.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. There's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And